coming out this evening, I would like to go ahead and call the Monday, July 13th Mayor and Council meeting to order. And I would like to ask our Assistant City Administrator, Mr. Fisher, to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. The first item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise their hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on my report is the approval of Design Review Board reappointments, Eric Clemente and Sydney Howman. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the approval of Board of Zoning Appeals appointments. This would be for John Hanna and Wilson Horde. Do I have a motion? Motion? Motion by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. And I would like to welcome our new board members. I would also like to thank our current board members that are signing on for another term. And I want to let you all know how important it is to the city of Roswell that we have such dedicated citizens that are willing to donate their time for our boards and commissions. So we truly do thank you, and it can be a thankless job, but please know that our boards and commissions are always making a huge difference in the city of Roswell, and we do appreciate your time, efforts, and expertise. Next on the agenda is Administration and Finance Department. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Approval of a resolution authorizing the mayor or city administrator to execute amendments to lease supplements for 3 leases under the Georgia Municipal Association GMA Direct Leasing Program. Mr. Luckett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is for approval of a resolution authorizing the mayor and the city administrator to sign and execute some amendments to 3 of our leases that we currently have. As you know, for a lot of our larger equipment, like our fire trucks, we purchased those through a lease purchase program through the GMA. And through our financial advisor, we did look at opportunities for refinancing some of our debt. And while there were not any refinancing opportunities available, we did inquire to the bank as to if rate modifications were available on 3 of our leases that had some higher rates. The bank did agree to that, and so these are the documents that are needed to be approved in order for those rate modifications to take effect. As you can see in your agenda packet, based on these modifications, these are for 3 leases. One's for a ladder truck, one is for a citywide server hardware and switch replacement, and the third is for our heavy rescue truck. The interest rate savings range from 55 basis points all the way up to 101 basis points for some of the different leases. Overall, we expect annual savings from this to be a little over, or nearly $14,000 annually, and about $100,000 over the life of these leases. So we're requesting approval. This also will include attorney's fees that the city will incur of $2,500. But other than that, we anticipate to save about $100,000 over the life of these leases. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Does the council have any questions for Mr. Luckett? Seeing no one raise their hands, is there anyone in the public that would like to ask a question? Seeing no one come forward, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve item number 3.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously.
Item number 4, approval of a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute modifications to loan agreements for 3 loans through the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, GEFA. Mr. Luggett.
Yes, this is a similar item. We received word from the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority back in June that in order to provide some financial flexibility to local governments across the state, they were offering a 6-month deferral of loan payments through GEFA. And as you know, we currently have 3 loans. One is for our water plants, and the other 2 were for purchases of the 7 Branches property. And we're asking approval of a resolution to authorize these modifications for these loan deferrals. The payments are deferred interest-free for a period of 6 months, and so the loan payments will restart in January of 2021. Overall, this will result in a one-time savings to the general fund in FY21 of approximately $190,000 and one-time savings in our water and sewer fund of approximately $415,000. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Luckett? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? And before I call for a motion, I would like to thank the Finance Department and Mr. Luckett for a job very well done. Thank you so much for going after both of these. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve item number 4.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second? Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Community Development Department. Councilmember Marcelo Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 5 from today's agenda, approval of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to delete section 10.1.6.b, building constructed prior to 1959, and amend section 10.1.6.6.c, building constructed since 1959. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 10, Section 10.1.6, downtown required parking. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Section 10.1.6, downtown required parking of the Unified Development Code, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Ms. Dybel.
Good evening. This is the second reading for the text amendment here to delete section 10.1.6 letter B, buildings constructed prior to 1959, and to amend section 10.1.6 letter C, buildings constructed since 1959. This will delete the following wording. The reuse of any building prior to 1959 located within the HOD is exempt from meeting the vehicle or motorcycle parking requirements below. The bicycle parking requirements of section 10.1.3b still apply. Language was revised from the first reading. At the first reading on June 22nd, the council approved the first reading with a change to remove the requirement of paying into a parking fund, since the DDA is currently looking into parking for the downtown area. Language discussed at the first reading to grandfather the existing uses, and only the change of use would be required to add in the parking that's needed. So for example, if a retail business changed to a restaurant, after this is adopted, only the additional parking would be required for the restaurant use to be supplied. So if the retail use had 4 spaces and the restaurant required 7 spaces, they'd only be have to add the 3 spaces, if that makes sense. Anything that we have currently in process or that has applied for an application, a business license, anything that's in the city that's already here before this is adopted would not be required to have to meet this code. So if anything has filed and is in process, or if we have any business license that are currently in process that were here before this is adopted, they would meet the standards from before. Does anybody have any questions? Sorry, hold on a second.
Does council have any questions? Oh.
So it's going to be changed to the following: of use built prior to 1959, located within the historic district to meet the standards. However, all uses that are existing are grandfathered as of the date of the adoption of the ordinance. And any change of use that goes from a less intense use to a more intense use must supply the additional parking required. That would be the new language that would be added. I hope that we'll have questions on that. And this section is also being deleted here to just state parking requirements for downtown. The Planning Commission did recommend denial, as you heard at the first reading. Staff's recommendation is that the mayor and council have asked the DDA to look at parking options in the downtown area. And there have been discussions on parking in this area for more than 25 years. Parking is a requirement on all new uses and changes of uses throughout the city as required by code. Staff recommends the prior requirement of parking be added back into the code until such time as the DDA has indicated what is to be done for the parking area in the city. Once a solution is reached and completed, the city should re-review the requirements for parking for businesses within the historic district. Any questions for staff?
Now, does council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry, and thank you, Ms. Dybel, for that explanation. I have more of a comment than a question. Again, this has obviously been discussed many times by this council. This is something that I certainly support for those in the audience that have not followed all the discussions on this. It was not always that buildings built before 1959 within the historic district would be exempt from the parking requirement. That was brought about, and I believe about 2009. And really, what's reflected from that is the fact that restaurants do use a higher amount of parking. And so what we've seen is certainly where an increased strain on our parking and an unnatural demand on those buildings that have that built before 1959 due to the exemption. Any of the restaurants that you see that were there before 2009, for example, like Salt, they were required to come up with the parking. And this is just to grandfather this in. What this is going to do is two things. One, hopefully just really support that if there's going to be a change in use that uses up more parking, that incremental parking will be sought after and provided. And also the fact that another unintended consequence we've seen is due to that unnatural demand of seeing just so many one type of business there, basically being the restaurants, the high intense use, which are great and very popular. And at the same time, it's important to have a multitude of uses in the place to really ensure that we're being most sustainable for a vibrant downtown. So for those reasons, I'll certainly be supporting this tonight.
Additional questions? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for legal. Do we need to clearly specify on this ordinance about the intention of this council to grandfather the existing uses?
I think the language that Jackie presented would work.
Thank you. Yes. Motion to approve item number 6 of today's agenda.
By Councilmember Zapata, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hull. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Yes.
That does include the additional language related to grandfather.
So the motion includes that language, and Councilmember Hall, do you continue to second that?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. All those opposed? It is Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. I will vote in favor of it. The motion carries.
So item number 6 of today's agenda. Approval of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 4, Section 4.3, Building Type Standards. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Section 4.3, Building Type Standards. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Section 4.3, Building Type Standards of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
So this is the second reading for Article 4.3, Building Type Standards. And this is to amend this section by removing the walk-up flat and stack flat building types from the CX, Commercial Mixed Use, CC, Commercial Corridor, and CH, Commercial Heavy Zone properties located within the Holcomb Bridge Road, Georgia 140 character area, and Georgia 400 Holcomb Bridge node character area. Here is the current section in the UDC that shows the walk-up flat and stack flat as building types in the CX and the CC and the CH classifications. Here's a map of Parkway Village, so you can understand that's what was to try to match what was on the west side and the east side. This is the language that was revised from the first reading. The first reading, the CH zoning was added to the text amendment. The Planning Commission did make a recommendation for denial on this one. Staff supports either way this amendment would go, as there are other zoning classifications that allow the stacked flat and walk-up flat building as building types. And these types are allowed in the commercial districts outside of the area listed within this amendment. The only thing that staff meant to make the mayor and council aware of is that if there's any type of redevelopment in the Georgia 400 node, that might include multifamily, that would only be allowed within a mixed-use building. So if somebody wanted to take a look at the apartments in the northwest quadrant, and they could still do the apartments there because that is not zoned commercial. If, however, somebody wanted to redevelop that and do commercial mixed use, then the only type of multifamily that would be allowed in that would be a mixed-use building type. Just wanted to make that clear and aware for everyone. Do you have any
Ms. Dibble,
questions?
Let me ask you a question. So the existing apartments that are in the northwest quadrant, they could redevelop under their current zoning, correct?
Yes, they could build exactly back the number they have as is.
Well, let me ask you this, because I have long said that we really need to promote the redevelopment of the northwest quadrant, and that is going to include a density increase. So does this preclude that from happening?
We don't have density in the code. The current zoning, that's why I brought the map. Here, I'm gonna put it down. There it goes. Thanks. Yeah, that is RM3. So the current zoning of that is RM3, multifamily residential. Prior to that, I believe that was zoned R4 or R4A, which was 10 or 14 units to the acre, one of the two. As we don't have density in the code, and multifamily is conditional, if somebody wanted to bring that forward and keep the same zoning, they could technically ask for more, as multifamily is a conditional use, and they would be up to the mayor and council if they wanted to grant more units there, but that would just be multifamily because it's zoned RM3. You can't do any type of commercial use in that zoning classification. Did that answer your question?
So, but there are adjacent properties that do have the commercial zoning, so you could do the mixed use there, correct?
There are some properties that are near it that are zoned CC, commercial corridor.
Okay. And then one last question, and I'll let council ask questions.
Thanks.
So as we look at master planning the northwest quadrant, would that be an additional opportunity to promote the greater densities in order that we can improve the life quality in that area?
Yes, I would believe so. And also, we are in the comprehensive plan, and one of these areas was the market study that we were looking at. So with the market studies, while we're in the process and we get feedback from the city, the citizens, the mayor and council, and everybody, if that is someplace that they want to see redevelopment in the future, then with that, and it gets adopted, then if somebody does come in, then they could use that as a basis.
Thank you, Ms. Steibel. Additional questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just a question, I think, just to maybe clarify some of the questions the mayor was asking. In the quadrant, the 408 Holcomb Bridge Road quadrant, where there are properties where there are not currently apartments, but there are hotels that are or gas stations or shopping centers with big boxes that are underused. At this point, if this were passed the way that it is, could stacked flats be used as part of a mixed-use development there, or would that completely preclude that?
It would completely
consideration?
preclude that. It would not be allowed as a building type in those classifications once this is adopted.
Okay. I mean, I think that is my concern, is that if there was an opportunity, for a mixed-use project to come in and to redevelop those areas, that by taking this building option out, that it would be a deterrent. I also think that this building type offers some opportunity for, one-level living for folks of all ages who are looking to downsize. I know in Alpharetta, they do some things with stacked flats in different areas where they restrict the number of units that can be in them. So I think that's something we should look at in the future as we talk about the master planning for these areas. I do think it's an interesting idea to match the considerations on the east and the west sides. And that's something we'll be talking about as we go through the master planning and comprehensive plan. But I just wonder if this council would consider striking that Holcomb Bridge Road 400 designation from this particular ordinance.
So you're saying keep the corridor, but remove the node?
Correct.
And Councilmember Wilsey, are you just referring to the northwest quadrant or all of the quadrants of 400 and Holcomb Bridge?
All of the quadrant.
All the quadrants, thank you. Additional comments, questions? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And so this one is definitely a interesting one, and I think what you'll see is a common trend with many of the text amendments tonight, and that's where I do want to give some overall clarification that I think is completely relevant to this one, and I think you'll also find is relevant to the other ones as well. So, Mayor and Council, we received 12 emails today that all had the exact same wording of just concerns regarding the amendments and really worried about the effect regarding will it make housing more unaffordable, as well as will it harm people of color. I'm just reading quotes right here from the 12 emails we got, and I think these are actually really important concerns, things we need to absolutely make sure we're proactively discussing. I also had a phone call with someone today whom I respect very much, and just really them sharing the concern and worry. Does it sound like this is saying that going forward there'll be no more apartments? And so what I want to make sure is very clear on what is the impact and what is not the impact of this amendment, as well as the following amendments, is this nor any other text amendment is saying that apartments will no longer be a choice for developers. So that's not what it's saying. What this came about is really a strong desire to build destinations and have a zoning code that encourages and creates the opportunities for more walkability. And that comes from a couple different perspectives. So one perspective is, just as Roswell has been approving a lot of apartments the last few years, Alpharetta has had a number of apartments go in as well. And what we certainly see and hear from a lot of residents is Alpharetta has been really effective in creating walkable communities. So they've created true mixed use where there's really that live, work, play. There's really all that walkability, and I believe leads to more sustainability as well when you are creating those destinations and those environments for people to be able to live as well as the work and play. And so that's really what a focus here is. And so basically how this one came about is actually a resident, a very active resident in the community, reached out. They live on the east side, And I just want to be actually clear, I know this individual very well. This individual is very supportive of apartments. What he wants it to be a part of is destinations, because living on the east side, he very much wants to see that we're going to redevelop locations, and we're going to redevelop them for destinations where residents that already live on the east side can actually go to and enjoy, as well as for any residents that would move into those future apartments, they'd have the opportunity to actually have something downstairs where they can work at it, or perhaps just somewhere to go for a restaurant, for a store, et cetera. So it's really that is the bigger goal. And this individual, who definitely is very familiar with our zoning code, said, wait a minute, on the west side of Roswell, the zoning code really pushes for mixed use. So if you're going to build apartments, it needs to be a part of a mixed use project. And the way they do that is by just requiring, you can't have a stacked flat building. A stacked flat building is a building that's 100% nothing but apartments or multifamily. But you can, or you need to have, if you're going to have apartments, it needs to be a mixed use building. And so that's how it is on the west side, and therefore their perception is that the west side has that kind of just protection, ensuring destinations and all those different aspects, and it's not on the east side. And we saw that example on the east side being, for example, with the Target. So the Target was an example where I believe we heard from so many residents that they really wanted a destination. So it wasn't that so many residents were saying, we don't want any apartments, period. They were saying, we want a place where people that already live in Roswell can go spend their money, support, and at the same time creates that sustainability of having livable housing as well. And so that was a hope and intent. Unfortunately, that's not what was approved. At Target, it was a property where instead of it being integrated, where it's all together like we often see with Alpharetta's developments, it was just set up where it was apartment buildings in the back, and so a lot of stacked flats. I think there was maybe one mixed-use building, but not even fully mixed-use, and majority stacked flats. In the middle was just all the townhomes, and in the front was the automobile-focused retail. So it was the big box store type places that will remain. So no walkability, and therefore that less sustainability, et cetera. And so that was the origin of why this item was suggested. And frankly, I feel sounded like a good idea to make sure that we are creating a more sustainable live, work, play, mixed use developments, and ensuring that the same really same zoning code and zoning rules that we have on the west side is the same thing on the east side. So again, that's the origin of it, and for that reason, this is something I certainly support.
Additional questions? Yes, Councilmember Judy.
So I couldn't disagree more. The purpose of this amendment, if we wanted to balance the sides of the east and west, I would be open to looking at adding this type of opportunity to the west side as well, more than I would be taking away the opportunity for the right developments to come into possibly places that are in need of redevelopment, and help the economic viability of an area, and also allow for the opportunity of places to live for people in this community that want to stay here, might not be able to stay here anymore due to COVID job loss, other issues. What we're doing here with this is taking away an opportunity. I want to make sure everybody knows this is a conditional use. So this has to come to council and get voted for anyway. So this isn't a right. This is a conditional use when you're looking at stacked flats. So you have to go through a pretty in-depth process when it comes to getting stacked flats approved. Taking this away in one of our major corridor areas is very concerning. I would also say this was brought to us in February, I believe, Ms. Dybel. Since then, there has been no new data, no new study, no new examples, no new economic impact analysis, no new anything on what this change would do to the city of Roswell and its residents. By no means am I sitting here and saying we want to build apartments everywhere. And we keep hearing apartments have been approved and built all over the city. Well, there's only one apartment building that's really been built in the last 3 years, and that's up there. And that was not in the last 2.5 years while I was on council, approved and or built. And you have to look at those apartments that have not been built yet and wonder, are they not built because the limits and the conditions put on them made it a great project that might have not been financially viable, and because it was what the majority of the council wanted at the time. I think doing this without going through the comprehensive plan with all the public input and all the study that will be done, all the legal look at this. I mean, I'm not hearing staff with an overwhelmingly, yes, let's do this. The Planning Commission said, deny it. But we're going to go ahead and push this through tonight with no new data, no new anything since February. So my point is let's go through the strategic planning. Let's go through our comprehensive plan. And next year when we have the data, the facts, and the input from the public, then let's make the right change for Roswell. If it says this is the right thing, I'm all for it. But right now, pushing this through with no data and just fulfilling basically election promises to push this through is irresponsible. And I hope that this council, and Councilman Palermo mentioned other issues that I think need to be looked at in this that have been brought to the attention today in the last few weeks. So there's no way pushing this through with no new data that we've asked for over and over and over again since February and got nothing. It's the right thing to do.
Yes, Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I've done a little bit of research to find some information and data. This is the 2017 analysis of impediments to fair housing choice that was presented and I guess accepted. I can't quite understand how that worked. And it was presented to the council just before us. So that's Mayor Jerry Wood, Marcelo Zapata, Mike Palermo, Don Horton, Lori Henry, Jerry Orleans, and Nancy Diamond. To me, this is more than an issue of do I want to build apartments or not do I want to build apartments. If I look at impediment number 4, and what this report does is it shows the impediments and what the city wants to do to try and mitigate those impediments. But it talks about a goal, which is to affirmatively further fair housing and housing choice in the city of Roswell. So let me tell you what I believe is going on here tonight with this series of amendments, because they all play into each other. There's a quote that I'd like to read. I've been trying to figure out who to attribute this quote to because it was attributed to Adolf Hitler. It is not from him. The best way to take control over a people and control them utterly is to take a little of their freedom at a time, to erode rights by 1,000 tiny and almost imperceptible reductions. In this way, the people will not see those rights and freedoms being removed until past the point at which these changes cannot be reversed. And so over the last couple of years, we've seen past little cuts, little bites at the ability to have housing variety, or as it says in this report, housing choice in Roswell. And then when you put on top of it these several amendments coming in tonight, it makes it even more difficult. It puts a stranglehold on our ability to have housing choice. And that's what I'm concerned about, because whether you're rich, poor, old, or young, housing choice is important for the health of a community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Tizer. Additional comments? Yes. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So there's a couple aspects I want to make sure to address, because one, I think there is some confusion. Again, nothing tonight is taking away the opportunity of apartments. What it's doing is it's encouraging and really requiring in certain situations mixed use, which really just means the first floor. So the question is not, is there a potential for apartments? Is there the potential choice for apartments? Yes or no? It's a yes, there absolutely is. Whether this passes tonight or this does not pass tonight, either way, it's still a choice. What we're discussing right here is how do we make it more sustainable and really create that destination for not only individuals that currently live in Roswell, but also for all the individuals that would get to live there in these locations. Alpharetta has been very successful with this. They have obviously much fewer apartments than Roswell. Roswell has more apartments than the majority of our neighboring cities. So today there's already more choice in Roswell than there is in Alpharetta, Milton, I believe Johns Creek, but I haven't seen the exact numbers for Johns Creek, as well as a number of other nearby communities. So what we're really talking about is just what should the development look like and what should involve. And there's actually really important reasons why I think there's a benefit to all those individuals that would get to live in these apartments, in these mixed-use communities, is by creating that more visibility, that destination type status, it's more sustainable from a standpoint, because what we'd be encouraging is it's not just high density housing that's a far drive from things to things that are needed. It's the opportunity to really be in a location where there's more job opportunities, there's more destination. Because what I want to see, and the mayor brought up earlier, is an example of a location where we have the most apartments in the city is the Northwest Quadrant. So if you're thinking of Holcomb Bridge Road and 400, the Northwest Quadrant is where we have many of the apartments, and that's an area where we want to see and encourage redevelopment. And a part of how we're doing that is through the Big Creek Parkway. We want to make sure that that everybody that's here has access to sidewalks, which isn't the case today. So in the Northwest Quadrant, very few of the stacked flats have access to sidewalks to be able to get to Holcomb Bridge Road. So that's an example of how things used to be built, and it's just how do we make sure that as we're continuing to add on apartments, how are we doing it in just a manner that's going to create a great long-term sustainable location. So that's one thing that I wanted to address. The other thing I want to address is it is a fact that these are all conditional uses. And at the same time, that doesn't give any comfort in the many residents that wanted to see destinations being built with the apartments, because that's where half of this council spoke in support and or voted for the one at Target, for example, for the multifamily on Old Alabama, and really every single property that requested apartments in the last 2.5 years, every single, or multifamily in general, every single one of them was approved. And again, many of them approved without a destination, without true mixed use. And it's just a matter of going forward, how do we make sure any new approvals are going to have more of a mixed use and that destination opportunity.
Councilmember Judy.
So let's not get lost in the sidewalk argument and all these different things that are meant to kind of muddy this water. If what we wanted was mixed-use buildings, let's just say anything where stacked flats are has to be mixed use. And then let's also say that the east and the west side need to be the same, and then we don't have to get into all this. But what we have here is a litany of things that are those cuts to taking away voters' rights, actually, because when you say the majority of the people, well, how do you know the majority of the people? We were elected, it's a representative government. And when that council votes for that, it's now the policy of the city. And so, therefore, you can't say that this is what the city wanted. The city elected people to do their homework, do what's best for their city in their mind, and that's what we did in all those cases that we're talking about. Again, none of those places have been built. The only place that's been built was approved before we were on council, and it's down Highway 9 there. And it's not mixed use. And it probably won't be mixed use. It's garden-style apartments. So what we're talking about here is what I said from the beginning of this discussion. This is not what we should be doing. We should be doing a comprehensive diagnostic review of the UDC. And if we need to make changes to the UDC using facts and data, let's do it. Let's not go into this and just throw something up with no data, no facts, no examples, and just keep going back to Alpharetta. Alpharetta is a different city. We're not Alpharetta. We're Roswell. So let's figure out how we do this in the right way. And let's also figure out how not to take away options that could be the best for the city of Roswell just because we promised in our campaign we were going to.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, one of the things that you just said was that the purpose of these was to encourage the right kind of mixed-use development in the city. And I will tell you that I took these amendments, proposals, and I showed them to a dozen folks who are in the real estate business, whether as investors, as developers, as planners, and every single one of them told me that these would discourage every single person who looked at the city and move right on up the road and go somewhere else, that they were a deterrent to any real estate investment in redeveloping and revitalizing the city. The data was released for Together Roswell, which was the strategic plan, and 45% of the respondents noted the potential for positive growth, development, and redevelopment for the city. And I think we're being irresponsible not to put forward guidelines that will encourage that kind of redevelopment and revitalization for our city. I also want to point out that Alpharetta's plan that they have for sale and for rent housing is based on a housing study, an extensive housing study that they did. And they looked at it very carefully and figured out those ratios and where they wanted that density and those affordable areas to be. And that's what they're acting on. That study was brought before us as the basis for, in some sort of rationale for the things that you were bringing forward. But Roswell is not Alpharetta. I mean, there are things that Alpharetta does very well. One of them is to do comprehensive studies and develop plans that they follow. So again, these amendments seem like there's no data, there's no background, there's no plan. And I just think we need to go back and do the work that we have ahead of us with the strategic plan and the comp plan, and tighten our plans in the UDC.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard what Councilmember Palermo said, and if it were, as he said, it would be interesting, but it is not. It is not. And what you're going to hear through the rest of tonight is the strangling of mixed-use development. So on the one hand, I heard that we want apartments to be mixed use is what he said. But he's going to propose later on that mixed-use developments have to be 75% commercial. He's going to propose later on that the first floor of
Councilmember Tizer, please stick to topic.
I'm going to get back to your topic here in a moment.
Please, right now.
What's happening here is the strangulation by individual cuts. You cannot build the mixed-use buildings that he's talking about. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tizer. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to comment that the areas that we're talking about are commercial corridor and commercial mixed use. And the city we have made it known that we need to build our commercial base and build business to help our tax base and to take the burden off of the citizens. So I would just like to make that comment.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, well, yeah, I want to, reinforce the point here from Councilmember Hall. We're talking about CX, commercial mixed use, CC, commercial corridors, and then CH, commercial heavy. As we can see, the common denominator word is commercial. So let's keep this in mind. Don't lose focus here. So, so then, we're talking about conditional use, which means I have to come through the public process. And that is great. I love public input. I love the people of Roswell to participate in the process all the time, and that is what it's all about. So, and then, I heard some accusation of honoring campaign promises, and I work hard myself to honor campaign promises, because if not, I'd be misleading the voters and supporters. So it's nothing wrong, again, it's nothing wrong to honor campaign promises. And I wish that every single politician in the world will honor campaign promises. And I bet you that will much better the reputation of the politician in the world if they honor campaign promises. So I think that this will give the chance to the East Roswell community to develop and promote and actively recruit mixed-use projects on the commercial, again, commercial zonings. Don't forget, commercial is the common denominator of the three zoning that we are talking about right here tonight.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So a couple of responses I want to give. Interesting enough, Councilman Judy said something I agree with. He said, well, why don't we just say all stacked flats have to be mixed use? That's this exact proposal. A stacked flat is when there's not a mixed use and it's just pure nothing but apartments, and whereas a mixed use building is actual when it's mixed use. So for example, something on that first floor. So if there's really agreement with that, then I hope to see support for this. And then also it was brought up, and it was an intelligent point, why not just say the west side can be stacked flats too? Well, I personally feel, and again, feel there's a lot of the community that want to see more mixed use, more destinations. So that's why I brought forward to even things out by not having the stacked flats on the east side, and that's what I'll be voting to support tonight. Certainly, anyone on this council has the opportunity at a later point to bring forward that they want to add stacked flats to be in the Parkway Village, and that's their right. And it's a living, breathing document that absolutely will evolve over time. There's also something that I feel was misinformation, saying that I was stating this information, because what this item number 5 is addressing is CH, CX, and CC. So that's what we're talking about. Those are 3 different types of zonings: CX, CC, and CH. And so it was brought up that later on, it's saying that I had a suggestion and I want to see all mixed use become at 75%. First of all, the suggestion later on is not for all mixed use. It is just CX, not all 3 types. Why CX? Because the intent of what was approved by previous council was it should be primarily commercial/retail. And that being said, what I had brought forward was actually 50%. The majority of this council voted on changing it to 75% based on guidance from the Planning Commission and other views. But that was not what I had said at the time. So I just want to make sure to really clarify those points.
Additional, yes, Councilmember Judy.
So looking at this, fulfilling campaign promises with no data is not okay. And looking at data and input from your staff, Planning Commission, others, and then changing your mind is what you should do if it's necessary to change your mind in that situation. But just saying something and doing it because you said it with no data I don't think is a good thing to do. So I want to clarify that, because I do believe people should keep their campaign promises until they've learned that it might not be what should be done, and then you should change your mind. Secondly, when it comes to the mixed use buildings, what we're doing here is we're taking the ability to build in some of these areas that need redevelopment. And if you talk to anybody, we can talk about destinations, and we can talk about all these different type things. Why did Target not become a destination before anybody brought anything? I know they were looking at water parks, and they were looking at, people have been looking around there forever. I think people are still looking around there to do redevelopment. The economy, the marketplace didn't allow it. So what you have, and I drove through there 2 days ago, you had 4 tractor trailers parked in the parking lot. I don't know. I don't think that's really what the majority of people want either. So why don't we use our facts, and why don't we use our staff, and why don't we use our public input, and why don't we use our comprehensive plan, and why don't we do a comprehensive diagnostic review of the UDC and actually do what's right here and fix the UDC rather than throwing these up there again with no facts, no data, no plan. This is just, I don't get it. And I can't support it, and I think that it has tremendous downside for people in Roswell, and certainly certain groups in Roswell that could be devastating.
Additional comments from council? Before I take this to the public, I would like to make a few comments. One of my main concerns is the northwest quadrant of Holcomb Bridge and 400, and I would appreciate it if council would exempt that northwest quadrant from this recommendation. The other thing, too, I would like to point out, and I have years of experience, and zoning codes are fluid documents. They are never frozen in time. Amendments are constantly being made. And we make those amendments because we recognize a need. We recognize a shortcoming in our zoning code. We recognize unintended consequences, which will always occur. So having said that, when we start talking about housing choice, and let me just say this, in any conditional use for apartments, we can request that a certain percentage of those be workforce housing. And that is something that I would suggest that we look at. The other thing, 2 people have come to me this week about racial equity impact studies. And I think many of you know that I'm starting the Solidarity Task Force. We've got a lot on our plate. I would take this racial equity impact assessment to that group, but I would also bring it to council, to committee, to discuss it and do, as Councilmember Judy said, a comprehensive look at our zoning code and perhaps some other things that our permitting is unintentionally taking things away from certain parts of our city and our citizens. So I will guarantee you that I will bring forward to this council and to our equity, or our Solidarity Task Force, the racial equity impact assessment. Something in this form. I have not had a chance to do all my homework on it and to review the cities that have been using this, but I think that it is a worthy cause, and I thank the 2 gentlemen that brought this forward to me, and you have my word that this will take place. I do support the mixed-use idea of our zoning code for our commercial corridors, but I would request that we remove the northwest quadrant of Holcomb Bridge and 400. Additional comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. A lot of good points, and I appreciate it. Something I want clarification on is, so from a zoning map standpoint, I'm just looking at the northwest quadrant. Is the focus on just making sure the current apartment buildings have the opportunity to redevelop, knowing that potentially there's going to be higher density needed? Is that what it is, or is it more of the properties that don't have apartments yet, but just wanting to make sure there's redevelopment opportunities there?
It is my contention that with the amount of density that we're going to provide to this area in order to redevelop, and with the notion that we want to have workforce housing, and we don't want to displace our families that call the Northwest Quadrant home. Having said that, the densities that are needed, even though we have increased the building heights in the area, I still think could require additional properties in that area in order to make it work. Councilmember Palermo.
And sorry, the last thing you said you're thinking it could require additional properties to make it work?
In the Northwest Quadrant that would be needed as apartments.
Gotcha.
So I don't want to restrict us to that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Additional comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree with the comments that you just made. I would also say that there are properties in the Southwest Quadrant also where we might want to consider those, including as well.
The Southwest Quadrant.
I'm sorry, Southeast. Southeast, yes.
Okay. I would not support the Southeast on that. Okay. So I'll take this to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward?
Where's the mic? Oh, okay. So I just wanted to thank you for.
Please identify yourself. And
Oh,
did you
sorry.
fill out a comment card as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Sandra Sidholm. I'm at Gladwin Ridge Drive in Alpharetta. I just wanted to get some clarification. It sounds like you've taken some time to look into the racial equity impact assessment, which is an absolute necessity, especially at this time, to determine what the data is behind these amendments and how it will affect communities of color. I just wanted to clarify, are you in favor of passing these amendments as written and then going back and conducting the assessment at a later time?
That would be my intention, and then we can make the adjustments as the impact study is being done.
Okay. I'd like to encourage you to consider postponing a vote on this matter until you've had an opportunity to collect the data, because ultimately that could have, even in a short period of time, could have impacts on the community of color. And we have this, I'm so proud of Roswell for that commitment that they've shown to ending systemic racism. And I think it's important that we do make sure that any laws we're passing moving forward are really tailored to helping that community thrive. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no hands up, I'll bring this back to council. I don't think we have been as quiet as the public has been, but Councilmember Judy?
Based upon all this conversation this evening, until that study's done, I can't even look at this evening. I think that is irresponsible. I think we also have some. I mean, we're again making sausage here at the dais with Northwest Quadrant, Southwest Quadrant, mixed use. What's going on, and that's the reason you don't do this like this. You do a comprehensive plan when it comes to this. And again, this came in February. I've put out multiple emails trying to get data and conversations from those that brought these and have not received any. So I cannot support this tonight, but I do support a comprehensive diagnostic review of the UDC and changing things that are necessary. And also, we took a pledge a few weeks ago and passed a resolution to make sure we're promoting equality, true equality in the city. And moving forward, I hope that anything we pass, even for a short term, mirrors what we did And so for that reason tonight, I cannot support this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. So, a couple of things. First, I want to give you some information. We have over 9,000 apartment units in the city of Roswell. So for those who didn't know, we have over 9,000 apartment units. So my second is, I would like to see if staff can put on a screen the northwest quadrant, so we all understand very well all the zonings, and if we decide to exclude the northwest quadrant from the motion, then what kind of zoning will be affected?
Overhead button's not working. There it goes. Okay. Okay, so in the northwest quadrant, you have CC, Commercial Corridor, which is this bright red. You have RTH here, this section right in here. You have RM3, which is multifamily zoning here. You have some light industrial, which a good bit of this is owned by the city, and then there's a small portion that is owned by someone else with a cell tower. You have some wetlands in this area here, and you have some RS9, single-family residential with a minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet. And over here on the corner down here is OP, Office Park zoning.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So if I understood correctly from the zoning you were pointed out, I saw only one CC, which is in red. And I didn't see any other.
There's three parcels of CC
Okay.
in the northwest quadrant.
Three
The one on
parcels.
this side is considered the southwest quadrant.
Okay, 3 parcels, and then I didn't see any CX.
No, there is
And
no CX.
CH.
There's no CH or CX.
Okay, which is
If we consider that section, or we consider it all the way over to,
no that.
if we consider it all the way over to, what is that road? Whatever. If we go all the way over to here, then we would have CX here, OP, some Civic, and some additional single-family residential that's zoned RS18, some OR, office residential. So let me take a look. Hold on a second. I brought my comp plan with me. Get the map open. Know where the map is. Show the map. I've labeled the map. Here we go. Let's see, estate. Okay. So, yes. Okay, according to the map, the northwest quadrant. Okay, so according to our map and our comprehensive plan, the northwest quadrant includes all of this, over to here, up to here. The only thing that doesn't look like it's considered in the northwest quadrant is this section here, this little piece up here, and this strip right here, which is the RS9. So you do have some CX, you have some CC, you have RM3, the RTH, and some light industrial here, and a little bit of rec zoning, which is owned by the city, and some office park zoning as well. Did you get all that?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see any CH, right?
No, there is no CH in this section of the city.
And then CC, you say 3 parcels, and CX, could you tell us how many parcels? in
Okay,
CX?
so CX has 16 parcels, and there are 3 sections of CC. I will count the parcels for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 separate parcels of CC.
Okay, and everything else is, you say wetlands? Is a big chunk of wetlands there? RTH, RS9, and,
There's RTH, RM3, which is a multifamily residential zoning, some recreational zoning that's owned by the city, some light industrial zoning, part of that is owned by the city. There's some office park zoning.
so I see it's very diverse in terms of zoning, the northwest quadrant, that will give a diverse, destination concept there on the area. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So as I look at the map, and so I'd say I certainly share the sentiment that there's the potential for the northwest quadrant being redeveloped, and knowing that will certainly involve density. Where I look at it, the map, though, it seems to me to be potentially those 3 CC properties, because those are the only properties that fit into one of these zonings and are bordering the current stacked flats really through the apartment zoning. So what I'm wondering is with the mayor, if it accomplishes the goal to have, instead of what Ms. Dybel just defined as the northwest quadrant, which I believe was going all the way in my maps to, it looks like going all the way to Grimes Bridge, instead of just going to Warsaw Road, where I feel it accomplishes that. And again, that's where all the existing multifamily currently looks like. So I guess that's kind of my question or comment.
Ms. Dybel, the northwest quadrant is defined by the comp plan, and we're not going to change that definition tonight. Isn't going to happen. So, yes, Councilmember Palermo?
And yeah, to clarify, by no means would I want to change the northwest quadrant's definition. What I'm wondering is, does it accomplish the same goal to just, instead of defining it as the northwest quadrant, to define it between the northwest side between Warsaw Road and 400?
I don't have any problem with that. Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you, Mayor. So if I understand correctly, here, the discussion and dynamic here, one option is to leave outside of this proposal tonight, item, to leave Warsaw Road to 400 and this, as this quadrant out of this proposal.
Ms. Dybel, you look confused.
I don't think it actually goes to Warsaw Road. I think it's Old Roswell Road, just to clarify.
Councilmember Palermo?
And so what I saw was the definition of the northwest quadrant is it goes to Old Roswell. But I believe what we just discussed was instead it being the northwest quadrant that exists between Warsaw Road and 400, so therefore not the entire northwest quadrant.
Double checking. Looking at the map here. Okay, Warsaw Road, sorry. It is Warsaw, there's no roads on this map that I'm looking at. Oh, I was right, Old Roswell, sorry. Okay. You want to say Old Roswell?
Well, no, actually, what I was suggesting is, I understand the definition is it goes to Old Roswell, but what I'm suggesting is instead of it purely being the northwest quadrant, we limit it to the northwest quadrant between Warsaw Road and 400.
Okay, that's fine.
Additional comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Judy.
This goes back to what I was saying a few minutes ago. We're doing stuff here that's going to have an impact on people and places at the dais with no information. We're just picking roads and saying we're doing this. And I think that that's my issue with these processes of throwing these things up and 2 months later having no more information than when we threw it up, and staff not being fully behind it, and this not being fully closed, and us taking it to a new committee, and we're going to pass this tonight. I just feel it's irresponsible.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One thing I just want to make clear, and for discussion and for something for everybody to think about, is stacked flats aren't exclusively apartments, or the garden apartments that everyone seems to want to categorize them as. You know, a stacked flat can be a for sale condominium building with, 6 to 8 units. That would be perfect for some smaller lot infill property. So I think lumping every stacked flat into a monolithic garden-style apartment building is a false characterization of what a stacked flat is. And again, we're making decisions on the dais without really truly looking at what we're doing. We also talked about these are the commercial zoning areas, which I agree, we need to do everything we can to get more commercial into this city. However, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned up here right now, since in this discussion, is we're in the middle of a pandemic, and with COVID-19, the business world and the commercial world is changing. I mean, we have no idea what's coming up in, next week, not to mention, planning ahead for the next 2 to 20 years. One article that I read today talks about how retail is changing and dying. And one of the points that came out clear to me is we're not going to solve retail's problems by building more retail. And that's something that we've known in Roswell since the early 2000s, and even earlier from some studies that we were overbuilt in retail. So we have to find ways to attract the kind of commercial businesses that we need, and to do it in an environment that's changing by the minute. And I just don't feel like any of us here are qualified right now to make those judgments. But those were just two points that I wanted to make sure that everyone considered before we vote on this amendment tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So I think what this comes down to is there's certainly changing things in the environment and changing going forward. And frankly, just as we don't know what the situation will be for retail, from everything I've been reading as well, we don't know what the situation will be with the desire for just really the lifestyle choices and living choices as well, given the fact that a lot more people are working from home. There's the lockdown, there's all those different aspects. So what I think it really comes down to is, because I think everybody on this council, the mayor and council, everybody sounds completely open to working together and looking long-term at really where should the direction of this code go. And just where I think the disagreement is, I think the perfect example is the target. Because ultimately, I think that's what this is a perfect example of, and this is something that really would have addressed the target. We have half the council that supported turning it into where it was separate properties, one being really the apartments, one being the townhomes, and one being the car-focused retail. And there's another half of council that really felt that if we're going to give something a developer wants, like the high density, the very profitable apartments, there should be something where a destination is being created, a walkable community is being created. So I think that's where we have a disagreement. And the other part of the disagreement is, okay, let's spend time, let's find out what's perfect. And the question is, do we do nothing until we find out what's absolutely perfect? Or do we make an improvement? We show residents that we're listening to them and we're focused on this, and pass an improvement, and then continue to work to improve that and really find just that right direction for the city.
I think improvement needs to be defined, because improvement in some eyes might be not the improvement for others. So let's be careful throwing that word out of improvement. And also the characterization of what council members wanted and what council members didn't, based upon law and zoning and all those different type things in regards to the target is wildly outlandish as well. So let's just move forward with this vote. I think we've killed the horse, and move on.
Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's great. I see a spirit of compromising on these dice tonight. So, even though it was not part of the original proposal, but I think that leaving the northwest quadrant defined between Warsaw Road and 400 will reach a compromise, and at the same time protect the best interests of the residents and people of East Roswell, who are definitely looking to develop more somehow commercial, that desperate, screaming to develop more commercial options, especially commercial destination places. So I think that tonight, leaving these defined northwest quadrants between Warsaw Road and 400 will reach a compromise and definitely fulfill the desire of people of East Roswell, who continue over and over asking for more commercial destination places where they can spend the money, where they can leave the money, instead of going to Peachtree Corners or Alpharetta to leave the money on destination places like the Forum, like Avalon, in these cases. So I think that my motion, I'm ready to make a motion with Mayor. When you ask me to make a motion, I'm ready to do it.
I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you. So my motion is to approve item 6 tonight, leaving out what was defined tonight, the northwest quadrant between Warsaw Road and 400, and include everything else on the commercial corridor.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Zapata. Is that clear to staff? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. All those opposed, please raise your hands. It's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. I will break the tie and support the motion. Next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, item number 7. I'm going to remove so you can hear me a bit better. It's quite powerful, So item number 7, approval of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 2, Section 2.1, Building Types, Section 2.1.1, Building Type, description to restrict multifamily units from the first floor of mixed-use developments. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 2, Section 2.1, Building Types, 2.2.1, Building Type Descriptions. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 2, Section 2.1, Building Types, 2.1.1, Building Type Descriptions of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
Ms. Dybel.
So this is the second reading for multifamily units to be removed from the first floor, or to be only located above the first floor in mixed-use developments. So the language was revised from the first reading. So at the first reading, the mayor and council approved to the staff suggested change, which was related to Article 2, to change the mixed-use building definition. Here's the current definition in the code at the moment. The last sentence indicates not intended for ground floor residential uses. So the mixed-use building type definition says a multi-story building designed to accommodate ground floor retail, office, or commercial with upper story residential. What the change is to state no residential uses are allowed on the ground floor. Planning Commission did recommend denial, but that was based on the original way it was written. They asked why weren't we changing this? So staff suggested this change to this definition at the first reading. And staff does support the change to the Article 2 based on what was approved at the first reading, which is removing the language and changing it in the definition.
Yes, Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question for Ms. Dybel and then a brief comment. Ms. Dybel, this amendment would say that we cannot have residential on the first floor. Could we have parking?
Does not state it can't. So if parking is on the ground level and then you go up.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking that question is this is another corner on the box of what you will be allowed to design in mixed use. And as you begin to put these things together, my concern is, I'm trying to stay on topic, Mayor, my concern is that you can't build what we're wanting to have you build. And so just my only comment here is I'll come back to this when we get further down so that we stay on topic. But this is one more corner that you can't do in a mixed-use building. So thank you.
Comments, questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I've done a good bit of reading and listened to a webinar last week on incremental development, which talks about encouraging small developers and residents to invest in properties and to redevelop them into something that's very well suited to the neighborhood. And so there's a sense of ownership among those in the neighborhood, you know, as well as the small business person who's investing, not necessarily a large developer coming from outside of the city, but encouraging incremental development from within. So, for instance, there is a building that a developer chose to renovate and redevelop, and they wanted to put a couple of shops or some offices up front, but they wanted to put in some townhomes or for rent or for sale units in the back of it. Would something like this preclude that from being approved? Or being considered even?
Well, it depends, because this is for a mixed-use building. It's the only thing it's changing. So like if somebody we'll take a small parcel, like you said, and they put something up front, and they put townhomes in the back, and as long as townhomes are allowed in that location, or if they've been approved by council, then the townhomes will be fine. If somebody was coming forward and putting something in the front, and they wanted to do multifamily in the back, the multifamily is a conditional use. So they would have, and they'd obviously have to do it in a mixed-use building, depending on the zoning of the classification. Based on the zoning that you just passed, the text amendment that was just passed for CX, CC, or CH in that area, if it was in the Georgia 400 or the Holcomb Bridge Road node or area. However, let's go up Alpharetta Highway, and you take a small parcel that's zoned CH. Currently, if somebody wanted to do conditional use multifamily, condos or apartments, they have to come to council anyway. So let's say they put a small parcel there, let's just say 2 acres, and they put some commercial in the front, and they wanted to do multifamily in the back. The stack flat building type was not removed from that location of the city. So you can still do that in the CH zoning classification on Alpharetta Highway. So if somebody wanted to bring that forward to council and you wanted to approve that item, you could do that. If they want to do a mixed-use building type with the commercial on the bottom with apartments above, and they still have to get that approved by council. So it just depends on where it is in the city.
So if multifamily is a conditional use anywhere in the city, is this text amendment rather redundant? Really?
Multifamily
it seems to me like if it has to come to council anyway, that, you know, putting another text amendment hurdle to have to jump over is kind of, bad legislation.
Technically, yes, multifamily was made a conditional use when the Unified Development Code was adopted in 2014, and every one of them has to come to council for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The reason I think this is a very relevant and necessary text amendment is because for what we've actually been seeing, we have seen half this council approving multifamily and approving, despite the fact it said mixed-use buildings are not intended for residential on the ground floor. We did still see development with that. And again, this is something they have in Alpharetta. It's something that our code which was voted on and showed publicly that it's intended, it wasn't being followed. So this is just really the opportunity to make sure it's followed. And again, Planning Commission, it was actually interesting to listen. That's why they were denying it, because they were thinking it's already in there. But what they didn't realize is it has not been followed, though, based on the multifamily that's been approved in the recent years.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I will just need Mayor, a little clarification from Councilmember Tyser regarding restricting parking on first floor. Is something that he would like to add to the motion tonight or not?
No, my issue revolves around what you can and can't do, and whether the layering effect makes it impossible to actually build a mixed-use building, because there are parking requirements. Those parking requirements for commercial are greater than those parking requirements for residential, which adds complexity, adds difficulty in building. As soon as we get a little further down, I'd like to point out how a couple of other of these, as you layer them on, make it even more difficult. So if you can't put parking on the first floor, and you have all the other requirements of our code that exist today, and you have a couple things that are about to come here in the future, I'm concerned that you can't build any mixed use unless the lot is, many acres, which we don't have a lot of, here in Roswell. So my concern is more the cumulative effect. And so if parking is allowed, that may help, because now I'm not taking land when we say it has to be a certain percentage commercial. So I'm concerned about the cumulative effect that we're layering on here without really thinking through, can it actually be built? Okay, because I think all of us would like to see nice mixed-use buildings built, but if we tie all of the corners together like we're doing, I'm afraid you can't build them. And so Councilmember Wilsey mentioned that. But no, to answer your question directly, if you don't allow parking on the first floor, I'm afraid you won't be able to build any of these. And by the way, some of them in Alpharetta, the one that Coalition Restaurant is in, actually does have parking on the first floor. It's just around the back. And then in the front, they have the restaurants on the front or the businesses on the front two corners. So I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing. That's all.
So let me ask a question. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out what this is trying to do other than what we have in the code already. Is this basically trying to make it clear, so the Fuqua project up there that has the garden-style apartments on Alpharetta, their mixed use isn't even attached, or their supposed mixed use isn't even attached to the apartment buildings? Is that what this is trying to do, to make that not okay?
I believe what this text amendment is doing is indicating that if somebody was going to develop a mixed-use building, that mixed-use building has to have a mix of uses. It couldn't just have residential for 3 stories. It would have to put something on the bottom level. So the current language in the definition says not intended for residential use. Doesn't mean somebody couldn't do it. So then technically, is that really a mixed-use building? Doesn't really follow the definition of a mixed-use building type. So under that, what I think this text amendment would indicate is no residential on the first floor, ground floor, and then above it, so you'd have office, let's just say office, and then you have 2 extra stories that has residential. The development you're thinking
Okay,
of.
so I guess in a mixed use, so say we have a piece of land, somebody wants to build a nice lobby condo on the bottom floor, and it's a mixed use development. And then next to it, they want to build nice offices and restaurants, et cetera. That nice lobbied condo building could not be built.
The condo would not be able to be built. Let's say an office for the condos, if somebody was creating an office space to lease for the condos, could be built on the first floor, but the condos themselves would have to be on the second and third floor.
So even if we had square footage of 80% commercial right next to it in a building,
Correct,
that cannot be built even though it's 20%.
correct.
Well, that doesn't make much sense because what we're trying to do is create mixed-use developments. And that's my problem with this, is we're not thinking through this. This is just getting rid of mixed-use or first-floor mixed-use buildings. What if a good project came and we're able to have high-end condos or high-end whatever next to, and the percentages were out 90%, 10%. They couldn't do it, correct?
On this definition, if this changes.
So
that's correct.
again, without data, examples, et cetera, we need to do a comprehensive diagnostic review of the UDC and make sure these make sense. I cannot support this.
Well, and I would like to point out that we're talking about a mixed-use building, not a mixed-use development, and horizontal mixed use is different than vertical mixed use. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So what I'd like to address is first of all, of course, a lobby is not a residential use. Nobody's living in the lobby. But for the example of, could there be, there's the concern, well, what if there's going to be this incredible mixed-use development that has 80% commercial retail, and then there's the interest of just having this one single building where it has units on the first floor? I think it's important that we're really creating our zoning code to be based on kind of the reality and what we're actually seeing in the marketplace. What we have not seen come forward in Roswell is an incredible mixed use that ends up being 80%, 85%, anything like that. What we've seen a lot of is we've seen where it's not really mixed use, and we've seen multifamily approved, including in mixed use buildings where it's on the first floor, and that is something that we should be addressing. And really an additional advantage of it, and again why you'll see some similar legislation in Alpharetta, is it promotes that walkability. So it promotes that walkability and destination within that development. So, obviously a big example of it is Avalon, which despite having many more acres, ended up having fewer apartments than Target. But then obviously Avalon had much more of the commercial and retail, including one of the buildings that they only built an office because it was a requirement to be able to have those apartments at Avalon.
Councilmember Tizer.
Clarification of something that you said, Mayor. A mixed-use building is different than a mixed-use development. And so if I have a mixed-use development and I want some of it to be residential and some of it to be office and some of it to be commercial, I think I should be able to develop that in the way that makes sense for the parcel of land, for the area it's in, and not a specific building. And where I'm going here is something that I may have mentioned to you earlier, is I see a difference between mixed use on small parcels and mixed use on larger parcels. So when we talk about something like an Avalon, If we had that much space here in Roswell to build something, we would probably do it significantly different than we would do on a 2-acre piece of land. And so I think I'm agreeing that there's a difference between a mixed-use building and a mixed-use development, and we're not taking that into account here, because what we'll say is in your mixed-use development, you can't mix the building uses. You have to have, this very specific design. And so I could be coerced into being in favor of something that said that a mixed-use development of a certain size or a mixed-use development can have different kinds of buildings. But when we start to design the individual building, that's why inside of something that's larger than just a couple of acres in size, that's where I'm struggling. Because you can't necessarily make that happen. And again, what on those smaller parcels, what we're doing is we're continuing to shrink them up so that you can't really make anything happen at all. And so I just think there's a difference between sizes of parcels.
Thank you, Councilmember Tizer. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want a clarification from staff. Is this amendment going to prohibit to have the residential to have a lobby/entrance to the building?
No, this would
Okay.
not present.
Does this legislation prohibit to have the most expensive stone lobby that you can even imagine in a building?
We don't deal with the architecture
Okay.
related to this.
Thank you. So, this amendment does not prohibit to have any lobby, any quality lobby you want or you don't want. So, just for the record, this legislation does not affect any lobby, any entrance to the building.
Thank you, Councilmember Zapata. Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Councilmember Tizer, for clarifying what I was trying to get at by my conversation. I agree. When you start looking at sizes of lots, when you take away the ability to put something on the bottom floor, then the only chance is to go vertical. So you're going to make the building higher. In a lot of places, people don't want higher buildings to make the numbers work and make the development work. So the problem is what we're doing here is we're creating something that we might not want. And when we start talking about lobbies, gyms, pools, all those different type things, are we, because residential is, that's not, if I'm reading this and you're telling me that, so you could put a lobby and a pool and a workout room and all that that's a part of the place on the bottom floor if this passes.
So what this definition would do is just indicate no residential uses on the ground floor.
Okay.
So that would mean a fitness center could go on the ground floor, a lobby could go on the ground floor, an office use could go on the ground floor. It depends on the location of what they're doing on the building. So you can have a mixed-use building that has an office and maybe somebody or one or two apartments upstairs, and maybe it's a development. So there's a difference between what you're talking about. There's a mixed-use development, which might have numerous buildings and different types of uses that could have them separately as horizontal. But this is vertical mixed use. So let's take this as, let's say, the historic district, because those parcels are smaller, or maybe some small parcels along Alpharetta Highway. That's 1 or 2 acres. And somebody wants to come in and renovate an existing building somewhere and say, okay, well, maybe they have 3 stories, 45 feet, and they want to put a couple of apartments up above. Then they would get that portion approved by council. And on the lower level, that first level, you would have the lobby.
you would have the fitness center, or maybe somebody builds it out and leaves it open for a little craft store or something commercial or whatever type of use. That's what this definition is for. It's for a mixed-use building type. Not for the development, it's for the mixed-use building type to state no residential on the ground floor. Does that make sense now?
Thank you, Ms. Dybel. Yes, it makes perfect sense. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So another example of that is like if you had an acre, say, of land and you wanted to do a building with 9 units, and you felt like you had the market for a coffee shop, a Pilates studio, and a dry cleaner on the bottom floor, but you wanted to put a unit in the back of it. And it's just a small little building on an acre infill property. If this passed, you would not be able to do that.
When you say on the back, are you talking behind it
On the
totally as a
first floor.
separate building?
On the first floor. No, on a single building with 9 units, and in the front of that, you feel like you have the market to do, a dry cleaner, a coffee shop, like 2 or 3 businesses, but you don't believe you've got a market to fill the entire building with retail or commercial.
So as long as there's no residential on that ground floor, which is how this is being developed, you
Right.
would be fine.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you've looked around and you know that you don't have the market to do that,
No.
to support that commercial retail business. So you want to put, a unit in the back, you're basically saying, no, this property is going to remain undeveloped and unimproved. Just another illustration of, I think, where we might run into some problems with this.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So I think what I'm hearing is a lot of hypotheticals on what if this or what if that, and it's being justification of let's just leave everything as it is. And really, I do not think that's the right approach. I think what we should be doing is discussing, let's look at real examples. And again, there are many real examples that were approved in the last couple of years that we can certainly address. And again, Target was a very large property, and still what we saw was not real mixed or integrated uses. The many emails that we received, I believe it was about 300 emails on that. It wasn't 300 people saying no apartments. It was 300 people saying, please make sure it's vertically integrated. And so, that's something that the public wants to see, that if we're going to go ahead and approve this thing the developer's asking for, that at least we're creating this walkable community, and this is something that does that. I encourage this entire council, if anyone has ideas on ways we can enhance the code, please bring them to committee. Please, let's discuss them. I stand by that this amendment right here, really among all the other ones tonight, I believe is really creating a code that is more supportive of destinations, because that's not what we've been seeing in the last many years. But again, it's a working, living, breathing document. Let's go ahead and improve it. And then at the same time, let's work together to make sure that we're constantly improving it together.
Thank you, Ms. Dybel. I'm just a little bit confused. A mixed-use development and a mixed-use building. A mixed-use development has a number of mixed-use buildings in it, doesn't it? Am I confused?
No, they can have several buildings and all different types. So let's say somebody came forward and had a conditional use with multifamily, so a stack flat building type. They could have that one separate. They could have a building that is a mixed-use building there where they put some office or something downstairs and then put some additional apartments above. Or they could have a general building that just has all office in it, or they could have a shop front building that has just some commercial in it. So a mixed-use development is normally think horizontal. So think the Target site. That has different building types, that had stack flats, that had townhomes, and has commercial that is existing on the front.
So each building in the development isn't required to only have...
Correct.
Okay, so if this passes, we could still build things that look like that only apartment that has been built in the last several years that's up at Sun Valley.
Yes, as long as it's in that location, yes, in the location where they're allowed or approved by council since they're multifamily.
Thank you.
And I would like to clarify, Mr. Davidson, council can condition the development on what uses or buildings or portions are built prior to others, correct?
Yes, they can require a phased development.
So we would require a phased development, and that would avoid the issue that we had with Sun Valley. Thank you. Additional comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve item number 7.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. All those opposed is Tizer, Wilsey, Judy, and I will break the tie in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 8, approval of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 4, Section 4.2, District Components, Section 4.2.1, applicability regarding commercial mixed-use CX requirements. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Section 4.2 District Components. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Section 4.2 District Components of the Unified Development Code, UDC, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the second reading.
Ms. Stiebel.
So this is the second reading for Article 4, Section 4.2, CX Commercial Mixed Use. When this began, it was CX shall require 50% of the square footage of a development to be commercial or retail. The language was revised at the first reading to indicate the mayor and council shall approve the percentage to 75%. And then they asked staff to add language to the text amendment that would allow for an applicant to request a variance. This is the language that was reviewed by the legal department that staff has written up to add to the text amendment, that an applicant may request a variance before the mayor and council to reduce the percentage of square footage floor space of a commercial requirement so that the percentage falls between 51 and 74%. Some history related to this text amendment as indicated from the first reading. In the fall of 18 and into 19, staff was asked and brought forward several iterations of ordinances that indicated a percentage by mixed-use developments. Research was done to show what other jurisdictions have. This was presented to the Community Development and Transportation Committee, and at that time, the City Council initiated a text amendment for 50%. The Planning Commission, at their hearing on April 16th of 2019, recommended 75% commercial for that ordinance that was being processed in 2019. The ordinance that was adopted by Council in July of 19 did not include a percentage. The ordinance that was adopted included a minimum of 2 building types within the NX, the neighborhood mixed use, and CX, commercial mixed use zoning districts, removed the townhouse building type from the CH zoning classification, changed the P, which means permitted, to a C for conditional in the CX zoning district for townhouses and 2-family. It removed the townhouse as a permitted use in the CH zoning classification and changed townhouse from a permitted use to a conditional use in the DX zoning. When this went through in 2020, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the text amendment and added that it should be 75% of the square footage of development to be commercial and retail. So when, as I stated at the first reading, the mayor and council did approve the first reading with the 75%. At the first reading was discussed, and the staff did some research in between the first and second reading around the city, around Atlanta area, and around the country. We took a look at different sections around and found that there is nowhere, because you've asked, where we ever saw 75%. We found areas that had, the largest one that we saw had 50%. We found areas that had a mix of 20, 25, 30, 45%. We have different sections around the country that indicated what commercial could be and multifamily could be. Mostly what we found is where residential percentage was higher than the commercial percentage. However, as I stated, we did find one that had a 50%. So I know that was what the number was when it was first initiated, but as requested during the first reading, staff took a second look, once again, during the first and second reading, related to if we could find a percentage and what was out there around the country. And so, based on that, the staff recommendations, as indicated, we took a look. Staff understands what this change would mean. The one part that we do need clarification on, if this is passed, is the variance section of the ordinance. Requests for variances require proof of hardship that relates to land, property, and question. So we're not actually sure how an applicant would make an argument related to a percentage for a variance. Staff would most likely, in all cases, recommend denial of that variance request because we wouldn't have anything that would show a hardship, because most hardships relate to that are financial. So I just wanted to ask for that clarification. Should this text amendment be approved with the language related to a variance, that it's clarified for staff and how you would look at the variance and the hardship criteria. Do you have any questions?
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the information. Again, we're talking about here a commercial mixed-use zoning where mainly have to be commercial. You have also residential mixed use where normally mainly have to be residential. So we're just, again, focusing only and exclusively on this item about commercial mixed use. And then this text amendment contemplate the possibility of the applicant to request a variance to the mayor and council to reduce the percentage of the square footage floor space of the commercial requirements so that the percentage falls between 51% to 74%. So this gives the chance to go through a public process to request the variance. Now, for what I hear now, since we discussed the variance on the last meeting, is that we have to find a way to grant this 51 to 74% variance, not only based on financial motive, but also on the needs or the characteristic of the parcel that we're talking about in the future. So again, this gives the chance for an applicant to request a variance, which will be a public process. So this means it has to go through all the public process steps, and but I think that could be possible to grant the variance on this, again, commercial mixed use, which means have to be mainly commercial development. If not, I guess you always have the chance to rezone from commercial mixed use to residential mixed use, where the majority of the project have to be residential. So this is another option, but my logic is like, if you have two different categories, commercial mixed use and residential mixed use, don't ban the commercial mixed use or residential mixed use, either one, just call it as it is. If it's mainly residential, call it residential mixed use. And if it's mainly commercial, just call it commercial mixed use. But having a zoning and just bending the requirement of the zoning is what I don't agree.
Councilmember Judy.
So, as we're talking about all these changes to the UDC, what we maybe need to do is bring the definition within the UDC in line with reality. And unfortunately, I think this definition is what everybody's getting caught up on versus the reality of the situation. I asked for data, facts, examples of 75% mixed use. we can't find any. Nobody's shown me one or anything. So what we're going to do at 75% mixed use is what a lot of these others are going to do. We're going to put the city on ice and mothballs, and we're going to sit around hoping we get what we want when all this is conditional anyway and going to come to us and we can make that decision as representatives of the community instead of setting out a number. There was a reason why the percentage was not put for years. And I remember that it was hard to come up with a percentage. Now we're at 75%, and there isn't an example, but we're still looking at passing that. I said in the last meeting, until we are able to do the comprehensive diagnostic review, I've heard what we've heard from the citizens and others about mixed use and wanting it to be truly mixed use. So I can support 50% until we're able to go through the process and actually determine using data and other methods. I've heard some other methods from some folks of ways to look at this, square footage and different things. But this, at 75%, it's not real. So let's go at 50%, do our homework, do our diagnostic comprehensive review of the UDC, do our comp plan, do our citizen feedback, do our strategic plan, and then craft what we need to. At 50%, we protect what mixed use is in reality, because we have an example. It's a high example, as you just said. You found one. But I'm willing to take that bet right now till we can do that research over the coming year.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So what we certainly do have, and we see in some locations it being really successful, is 100% commercial. So we know, I think we can all point to some different locations where 100% commercial/retail is successful. That being said, what I think is being suggested here is, although they have the opportunity to go 100% commercial/retail if they want, they also have the opportunity to really provide, residential as well and include residential. And the discussion point was around 75%. Again, as this council all knows, when I brought it forward, both in 2019 as well as this year in 2020, I brought it forward at 50%. And I think that's something that, again, makes sense, goes aligned with what people intended, expected, et cetera. And then at the same time, Planning Commission, both in 2019 and in 2020, I feel did bring up some good points and really that push for the bigger, because I think there's the key philosophy aspect of, well, we know 100% is possible. It's in the real world. So therefore, I think what we should make sure we're doing with our code is we're designing a code that's showing really what the intention is, instead of just automatically letting the developers decide what the code should include and not. So I think this actually one can hopefully be an interesting discussion. And with that, I think looking at 75% and supporting a variance process where developers can request to be a much higher percentage of residential, I think that's something that works. I think perhaps there could be the discussion of looking at 50% and not giving that same option to go lower with that variance. But I think hopefully we can have a good, healthy dialogue and end up in a good spot with this. And again, I'm always supportive of continuing that discussion and always fine tuning and looking at which direction it should go.
I'd like to weigh in on this. I have really considered this mix of uses, and I am looking at it from the standpoint of, if I was going to rent an apartment, buy a condominium, townhouse, whatever the case may be, I don't know that I would want to be located in a development that's 75% commercial, because with that commercial, it brings a lot of not very pleasant things like dumpsters, et cetera, et cetera. So I would support not having the variance because it is fraught with issues, and I would support a 50% on the square footage. Additional comments from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't know if staff can remind us the definition of commercial mixed use, which I understand is the majority have to be commercial, and a residential mixed use, the majority have to be residential. So I don't understand how 50-50 become a majority, according with the definition, if I remember correctly.
The intent statement for CX states, CX is intended to provide for a variety of residential, retail, service, and commercial uses. While CX is primarily a commercial retail district, the inclusion of residential and employment activity is strongly encouraged in order to promote live, work, and mixed-use opportunities.
Thank you.
Additional question from council? Is there, Councilmember Wilsey?
Yeah, actually, it's more of a comment than a question, but I just, like I've said with all these others, I think we've got a lot of homework to do with kind of getting a better understanding of the market environment and getting community engagement through the comprehensive plan. That being said, for this particular one, I would support the mayor's suggestion that we go with a 50% requirement. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. My comment is I would support 51%. I think it's important to have the majority instead of 50%.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. I will say for the record that 51-49, 50-50, we're splitting hairs at this point, so I would support it either way if we have a motion. Is there anybody in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, please come forward.
Okay. My name is Sandra Sidholm. I'm at Gladwin Ridge Drive in Alpharetta. I just want to point out, it kind of feels like with these amendments that we've romanticized the idea of mixed-use developments without really analyzing the data behind the actual impact it has on excuse me, these masks are hard, on income inequality. We can look at historic data from the city of Toronto. They had, after decades of mixed-use developments that were well-intentioned, they saw a decrease in income, they saw that these policies led to higher rents and increased gaps in income inequality, as well as decreased affordability for lower-income workers. And initially, Jackie pointed out that only one city they were able to identify had mixed-use development where 75% over 50% commercial. So I really want to point out that in Avalon, Alpharetta, the holy grail of mixed use that we keep pointing to again and again and again, that's where the highest rents in Georgia can be found. The average rent at the Avalon is $5,700 a month. At the Grand Creek Parkway in the Northwest Quadrant, people make about $15,000 a year per capita. How are we creating destination cities when there's no way to get to the destination because we've limited housing on the two bus lines in the city? I think that these are all well-intentioned amendments, but the overall compound effect is going to be harmful for people of color and lower-income residents in this community. And I really want to see vibrant, walkable, mixed-use developments, but I don't think this is the way. We don't have enough data to support our opinions, and we're coming up with arbitrary numbers to determine what we want the landscape of this city to look like for the next 100 years. The racial gap is just getting bigger. the racial wealth gap is only getting bigger. It takes 12 years for someone living in Grand Creek Parkway to save up enough money to buy a house here. But they've lived here, half of them have lived here for at least 10 years. They're fixtures of this community. They deserve to live here. They've invested heavily here. They've raised their kids here. And I think my biggest concern is that we're restricting new development so much that rents are going to go up throughout the whole city. And we're going to price really good, hardworking Americans out of this community. And I really hope that, the mayor has already committed to doing those racial equity impact assessments. I'd like to see a defined timeline as to when those, assessments will take place, because I really want to minimize the amount of time that something that's harmful to people of color will continue to shape the way this city looks like and who gets to live here. And I think you guys have a pretty heavy responsibility to do the right thing here. So just, do the studies, look at the data, let science be your guide, not, fear-mongering or misinformation. Because the truth is, apartment people aren't so bad. They're your neighbors. They deserve to live here. So I hope that you will consider amendments that will promote ways for them to do so, for years to come. So there can be multi-generational wealth in Roswell where everybody can live here, no matter what season it is in their life. You may have started your life in apartments. You may have gotten your kids may have had their first steps in these apartments, and there's gonna come a day when you're old and gray, you're gonna wanna say your last goodbyes in possibly a flat or even an apartment. We need diversified housing, not this. So, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to clarify a couple of things, and that is we were talking about the commercial mixed use. We exempted the Northwest Quadrant in an earlier motion, so we are taking precautions to protect all of our housing types here in the city of Roswell. And I'm not sure, Ms. Sidholm, if you were in the room when we discussed that, so I just wanted to clarify for the record. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no other hands up, do I have a motion?
Mayor, I want to clarify something. So assuming that the 51% pass, are we eliminating from the text about the variance? Okay, so my motion have to be without the variance part of the text amendment. Okay. So I have a motion to approve item number 8 with the change of from 75 to 51% and eliminating the opportunity to request a variance to mayor and council.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Zapata, Hall, Wilsey, and Palermo, and Judy. All those opposed?
I missed the beginning of this discussion, so at this point, I think I should abstain.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Tizer. The motion carries. Before we go on to the next issue, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 9 of today's agenda, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, Section 13.4.3, who can submit an application. Letter E, regarding multifamily requirements. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 13, Section 13.4.3, who can submit an application regarding multifamily requirements. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 13, Section 13.4.3, who can submit an application of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
So in section 13.43, this ordinance is looking to create letter E regarding multifamily. As we all know, multifamily is already a conditional use, but it would state that this would indicate on a parcel of property bordering Georgia State Highway 9 or 140 east of Highway 9 or Highway 92, on property where multifamily development exists today or has an approved plan as of January 1st, 2020. So basically what this is doing is indicating where multifamily can be located in the city. If neither of those above locations apply, multifamily would be allowed as a conditional use within the historic district at no more than 8 units per acre, or outside the historic district as a conditional use within a mixed-use development where the square footage of non-residential use is greater than 75%. So that's what this text amendment is indicating, basically where multifamily can be located on Highway 9 or Georgia 140 east of Highway 9 or on Highway 92, or as stated, within a multifamily development that currently exists today in the city. It was placed in this area indicating to who can submit for a rezoning or a conditional use and who can indicate a text amendment. And as I stated, this restricts the location where an application for a mixed use can be asked for. Planning Commission recommended denial of this text amendment during their hearing in May. The staff indicates that the comp plan, as I stated, is in process, and staff feels that that's a good tool as to where development should be located in the city with the market studies and everything else. With the text amendments that were originally adopted and being conditional use being required, multifamily being required as conditional use anyway, the mayor and council already have the authority as to where it could go in the city. The only real change this text amendment is doing is indicating 8 units to the acre in the historic district, which then would have density in the city, which we don't have density anywhere else technically in the code. So that's our comments. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Tyser.
Thank you. This might be a question for Mr. Davidson, although, Jackie, if you know, do we run afoul of any excuse me, any laws, federal, state, any regulations when we put the 8 units per acre in there?
I don't think so, no.
No, you can put density limitations in there.
Thank you. Sorry.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And so for clarification on that density per acre is because basically prior to the UDC, so prior to 2014, the density for the density limit within the historic district was 8 units per acre. So that's getting us back to where it was prior to the UDC. And of course, with this, it's not the case if it's within the historic district and on commercial corridor, so that would not have that same density limit. And so ultimately what this is looking at is knowing that, you know, our commercial corridors being an example where absolutely those it would still be possible to request the application and apply for apartments, as well as the other conditions that Ms. Dybel brought up. And again, although apartments and multifamily in general is a conditional use that's approved by council, the fact that in the recent years, 100% of properties that requested multifamily had them approved. That's not giving really any I just think that's not the right argument. And instead, I think it is just look at the goal that we are looking to just create more walkable locations.
Councilmember Judy.
I think everybody here on this dais wants walkable locations and beautiful places and all the different things that we're talking about here. And we keep hearing this 100% of properties. Well, 100% of those properties approved have not been built. And the one approved by Councilman Palermo has been built up Alpharetta Highway. So we keep talking about these apartments over and over and over again. What I'm trying to figure out here is that staff just said we're doing our comp plan, we're doing our strategic plan. Where market studies would tell us what to do with this. That's what needs to be done. We need to continue to do a comprehensive review of the UDC, figure this out with the comp plan, strategic plan, all the plans we're doing, public input, and then we can answer this question. Again, this is just another, let's throw this up there, no data, no facts, no anything, and let's just put this in there just because we don't have density anywhere else in the code. So we're going to start mixing codes rather than fixing it correctly. Let's get the data correctly and then get the plans done and public input and do it right the first time instead of throwing this. This is conditional. It all comes to council. And so council can tell where these properties, there's no need for this.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. Just one more question. How would this affect the housing authority's work in the Groveway area?
The housing authority was grandfathered, took off the mask here. So the housing authority was grandfathered in the UDC under Article 1 related to the prior approved conditions. And as long as the housing authority stays within their section there, the code, I do not believe that this should affect them because they had an approval prior with the Groveway ordinance. So because of that and how that is under prior approved conditions, which is in Article 1, then they would not be subject to this. Now, they would have to come through council based on the Groveway ordinance, which is what they have to follow. Anything in the Groveway ordinance, as long as they follow that, they're fine, which allowed for 4 stories by right. If they wanted a 5th story, then they had to get it approved by council. So they have had their, I guess you could say, open house discussion already, and people have been calling me related to the Groveway ordinance and what can they do and how they meet certain things. So I don't know their timeline of when they were getting things back to the housing authority, but they do know that what they have to follow is the Groveway ordinance. And as long as they stay with that, whatever was in that ordinance is what they're allowed to do.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Again, I think what this comes down to, just like the other ones, is the fact that I believe this entire mayor and council is always open to looking at it more and providing future updates. And really, I think the debate is over, do we do nothing right now and just leave the fact that whether it be Old Alabama or Canton Street north of Woodstock Road or many other different locations could potentially have these conditional use permits, or instead do we pass this, really have that focus on creating mixed use in walkable destinations, et cetera, and then we all work together to see, okay, what are some additional spots and additional locations that this council recommends, et cetera. That's always something that's a possibility, and I'll certainly welcome that discussion anytime.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Regarding this amendment, I think points 1 and 2, multifamily is a conditional use across the city, and we've already put some very strict requirements on it, so I'm not sure that this particular amendment is necessary. Regarding density limits in the historic district, so a couple of things. I mean, I think there are some areas and some streets where that makes sense. There are other areas where it doesn't. So I'm a little hesitant to, approve something that's just a blanket density limit. Was curious if that is handled in some ways on certain streets through the historic district master plan, just, as you look at what's appropriate for certain areas or for certain streets, because it must be similar to surrounding properties. And I guess I just would just go on and say that, given the work that we're doing with a comprehensive plan, if that's something that we want to look at, we should do with community and market input. But just a comment, I'm not sure that the way that it's written here makes a lot of sense in passing.
So I have the master plan here based on the item later. And most of that, none of that had density in the master plan when it was adopted. This relates to mass and scale and form and design. So based on what might be around it, they would look at the design of the site and the development more so than any type of density, since there was no density that was included within the historic district master plan.
I guess what I'm saying is that looking at the mass and scale and making sure that a project fits within a certain character area, does that by its very nature help take care of some of the density concerns?
Yes.
It does. Okay, that's what I thought, and that's what I thought was the purpose of the historic district master plan. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I do just want to make sure it's very clear that the Historic District Master Plan absolutely does not have any density limits. So although there are mass and scale considerations, and I think really effective ones that I'm definitely proud of that this council has supported, the mass and scale is separate from that density. And I think, too, I heard some additional common ground. I heard a concern was, it sounds like there's some parts of the historic district where this would make a lot of sense, and the concern maybe there's some parts where it doesn't. And again, that's where I really suggest we pass this tonight. And then I certainly welcome anyone to come and really add and enhance this, and I will certainly support hearing where those places where they do make additional sense as well, and we can certainly get that updated in the code pretty quickly, I think.
Additional comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
My name is Sandra Sidholm. I live at Gladwin Ridge Drive in Alpharetta. Of all the amendments that are being considered tonight, I consider this one to be one of the most problematic. We've mentioned a few times that multifamily is already conditional in the city of Roswell, and we also restrict the housing supply even further by limiting the amount of stories that we can have. But limiting it to conditional on top of those regulations create a very expensive regulatory barrier that make it not so economically feasible for developers to consider investing here. This amendment is going to severely restrict the housing supply by limiting multifamily to only 8 units per acre in the historic district. And we've seen numerous studies in different parts of Roswell where we're calling for up to 20 units per acre. So it's a big difference here as far as what is actually needed to create an economically feasible project and what we're proposing tonight. Effectively, you're creating an environment where we're saying no to all potential projects, even though it's like, hey, you might be able to do it if you jump through these hoops. In reality, developers don't want to, risk that uncertainty. And considering the current cost of land in Roswell and the lack of, developable land, these zoning restrictions might unintentionally keep people of color out of the middle class and eventually get them out of Roswell altogether. Limiting multifamily, even conditionally, only to the areas along highways and interstates is extremely problematic for long-term health outcomes for people of color. This is another example about how systemic racism kind of bleeds into everything we do. By treating multifamily housing as incompatible with single-family housing, zoning often pushes multifamily buildings closer to highways and areas with higher risk of air pollutants. As a result, living closer to highways and other sources of air pollution, low-income people and people of color are more likely to live in places that exacerbate asthma risks and poor birth outcomes. To give you an idea of what this looks like, Black households, regardless of their income, are 1.5 times more likely than U.S. households in general to be exposed to environmental hazards like poor air quality and polluted water. We've already kind of seen the effects of these regulatory barriers and things like the economic analysis of the Midtown Revitalization Plan. Great ideas, but in actuality, the cost of land and the regulatory barriers created that in the current environment without all of this has already made it almost impossible for developers to invest effectively in Roswell and create developments that would help lower the cost of housing for our renters, particularly people of color. And my last point is I want to just make sure there's a renewed commitment to end systemic racism. Mayor Henry has committed to doing the racial equity impact assessment. I just want to know what that timeline looks like. Is it 30 days, is it 60 days, is it 90 days? And is there a step to revisiting this again that we can kind of bake into whatever is passed tonight? Thank you.
And I will say that we will be starting this as soon as possible. You can go ahead and sit down. Within the next couple of weeks, we have a lot of homework to do. As I said before, I was just made aware of this weekend. So, and I'm sure our staff is very well aware of it and can advise us as well. But we've got our homework to do. I'll take it to the next community development committee meeting. When is it? Not tomorrow, but what? Yeah. So as soon as staff is ready to present that, and as I said before, I'll also take it to my Solidarity Task Force group as well. So it'll come to committee, it'll go through committee, it'll go through council, and council needs to approve it, of course, and we'll just move forward with it. So the 29th is our next committee meeting, but I'm not certain staff will be ready to present at that point, but we'll work toward it. Is somebody making a smoothie?
Sound like a standing ovation.
Anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak? I'll bring it back to council. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Staff has a clarification.
Yes.
In the section at the end, it says 8 units per acre or outside the historic district as a conditional use within a mixed-use development where the square footage of non-residential uses are greater than 75%. Now, we just passed, the one that was adopted before with CX was 51. So if somebody came in and was in one of these locations on CX, they use the 75 if that's adopted, or 51. So we'd like that to make sure kind of matches maybe what was just recently approved, or at least clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Council's members Zapata, do you have any questions for staff?
No.
Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I have a question for staff. Is my understanding CX was only on commercial corridors? Are there examples of CX? Well, there was one that was on Old Alabama that was not on a commercial corridor, but it was rezoned for multifamily and 96% residential. I know that CX, but that one, again, already has their multifamily approvals. Are there other CX examples that are outside the commercial corridor?
Other than Harlow, everything else in CX is technically on the commercial corridors.
Councilmember Judy.
So here we are again, no data, no facts, no reasoning. Picked a number of 8 units per acre out of the sky. I haven't seen why 8 units per acre or been explained that. It's not in the packet. Here we go again. This should wait till we're done with the process, the comp plan process, as staff just said.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And I just definitely want to make sure it's clear that my first comment tonight on this item was specifically where that 8 units per acre came from. That 8 units per acre came from what it's always been prior to 2014, prior to the UDC. So that's something that Roswell's been working with and familiar with for many years. So I want to address that. I also want to address actually another thing as well, as we have definitely appreciate the community input and a number of comments from the public and a resident from Alpharetta, which again I really appreciate all the comments. I do want to just make sure that it is clear that it's been my understanding and perspective that actually Roswell has a lot less, I think the term was hoops to jump through. So if that's not the case, I definitely welcome staff to bring forward if there's anything they feel that Alpharetta, for example, that's where kind of heard it from. If there's anything that staff or anyone else feels is actually easier in Alpharetta than in Roswell for development and redevelopment, let's discuss that. Let's bring that to a committee. And I think a really big difference that I want to make sure is highlighted and understood, and I'm curious if this is discussed with the Alpharetta Council or not. Unlike Roswell, Alpharetta actually has a maximum number of apartments based on percentage that they allow. So they basically, they'll come and they'll just shut the door on the fact that nope, based on the percentage, there are no more apartments that are available based on that percentage. We do not have that in Roswell. So again, nothing discussed tonight is by any means forbidding or shutting the door on apartments. It's really just making sure that that we're doing it in a walkable, sustainable manner.
Additional comments, questions from council? Did I go to the public? I did, didn't I? Okay. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve item number 9.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second?
Just for clarification, please.
Yes, Councilmember Tizer.
Are you leaving the 75 or 51?
Yeah, motion to approve as it is right now.
Okay, Ms. Steibel was saying that would be confusing in the code, though, correct?
That's how it would look if you did commercial mixed use, but since they're all on the corridors and nodes, and technically, based the way it's written, so if you brought, you took a commercial mixed use and you only had to do 51% based on what was adopted, and now you're doing 75%, I guess we'd have to deal with which one of these do they look at. And these are technically not on the corridors and nodes. And as indicated, there really is no CX outside the corridors and nodes. So I guess it'd be all right.
Thank you. Councilmember Zapata, could you clarify your motion, please?
Yeah, motion to approve item number 9 as is written.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. All those opposed, Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. I'll break the tie in favor. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 10, approval of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code, Article 11, Section 11.4, Streets, 11.4.1, Intent, letter F, subsection 3, for properties that contain multifamily units. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 11, Section 11.4.1, intent. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Section 11.4.1, intent of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Ms. Dybel.
So this is the second reading as indicated for 11.4.1 intent, letter F. It would add a number 3. A number 2 was added by all of you back on June 8th, where transportation brought their text amendment forward. So the language would be revised from the first reading, basically to match the change that was approved by all of you on June 8th related to the transportation's text amendment. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this text amendment. So currently in the code, it states when installation of sidewalks is required, sidewalks shall meet the definition of a multi-use path in section 11.4.14D of the UDC for parcels with frontage. And then number 1 already has the frontage on Holcomb Bridge Road and the different corridors. Number 2 is what transportation added on June 8th. And it's related to the paved area, the 12-foot, the 10-foot, and the 8 with the adequate as 10 feet. So that was what was council adopted on June 8th. So what we have in here is for number 3, as was approved by at the first reading, for developments containing multifamily, the multi-use trail shall be located surrounding the development on all street frontages. So with the adoption of the transportation one on June 8th, this one will also follow the trail, the paved area, which would most likely be the 10 feet or the 8 feet, depending on how if transportation would recommend that. So, and it would be on all street frontages as approved at the first reading. And that is all. So, do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. Motion to approve item number 10.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Zapata, Hall, Wilsey, and Palermo. All those opposed, Tizer and Judy. The motion carries.
Item number 11, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 4, Section 4.5.2, Use Table, and Article 6, Section 6.5.2, Use Table, for convenience stores with gas pumps used to be a conditional use request in commercial and industrial zoning classifications. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Articles 4 and 6, Section 4.5.2, Use Table, and 6.5.2, Use Table regarding convenience stores with gas pumps. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Articles 4 and 6, Sections 4.5.2, Use Table, and 6.5.2 Use Table of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is second reading.
Ms. Dybel.
So this is the second reading for Section 4.52, Use Table, and Section 6.52, Use Table regarding convenience stores with gas pumps. So what this is to replace the L, which is a limited, to C for conditional use, for convenience store with gas pumps in the CX zoning classification, the CC zoning classification, PV Parkway Village, and CH commercial heavy zoning districts. And then also in Article 6, to replace the L as limited to a C conditional within the IX industrial flex zoning classification. Here's where it is in the corridor node districts. As you can see in the CX, CC, PV, and CH, it's currently a limited use. And the convenience store with gas pumps, currently a limited use in IX zoning classification. The Planning Commission recommended denial during their hearing in May. Staff, at the first reading, the main discussion by council was distance requirements and everything related to gas stations. So the staff took a look at distance requirements around the area and also outside of Georgia. We also took account of all the gas stations that are located in the city, and we have 22 gas stations located here in Roswell. And so we wanted to bring that forward to let you know. We also, a lot of the distance requirements that we found are very similar to what we have currently in the code. Mainly it's related to the pumps, that they have to, some places like in Milton have 50 feet from, the pumps have to be 50 feet from the property lines. In Sandy Springs, there is a 50-foot setback for the pumps from the property lines. In Alpharetta, there's no distance requirements for residential properties. In Johns Creek, there are no distance requirements from residential properties. We took a look at Florida area. For gas stations in Florida, Cape Coral, all buildings, including pumps, have to be 25 feet setback from all property lines. In Sanford, they just indicate that they have to conform to the area. They don't have any specific distance requirements. St. Cloud is similar. They have a 25-foot setback from all property lines. In Alabama, they have a 15-foot setback for the pumps from all setback lines. In Greenville, South Carolina, we took a look. Gas stations, the fuel pumps have to be 50 feet away from all residential districts. And we took a look in North Carolina, and they don't have any specific setbacks in that area. And I believe, let me see here, I think that is all that I have related to what we took a look around here. So basically, we just wanted to let you know that there are some setbacks that we found, but we don't have any major distance requirements. Most of them range between 15 and 50 feet in other jurisdictions. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions? Councilmember Judy.
Thanks, Jackie. I think in the last conversation, we were really trying to figure out where this would be advantageous. And I know there was a lot of talk about going through maps and coming up with where this could be advantageous and where it couldn't be, rather than creating a broad stroke across the city. It's interesting that on these, we want conditional use and it to come to council because council knows best. And the other ones, we wanted strict code put in versus council knows best. So on this, now we're going the opposite direction, and council knows best. Let's make it conditional rather than putting in where these should be, where they should go, based upon data and what we're, use and where residential neighborhoods are and proximity to it. And as you just said, there's really no rhyme or reason in any other jurisdictions around here that has anything to this level. So just trying to figure out really what we can do to make sure we put this where we want versus a broad stroke of just saying it's going to come to council. A question for Mr. Davison, if it does come to council under a conditional, Is it the health, safety, and welfare tool again to decide whether or not the gas station with pumps can be placed?
Yes, you would need a health, safety, or welfare reason to
And
not allow it.
so what I'm worried about in the health, safety, and welfare, which we've seen in the past, is health, safety, and welfare becomes political because it means something different to everybody. I would be comfortable with this if we, and other ones in this, if we had a health, safety, and welfare definition that, and I know that's tough, it's based on years and years of case law, but making up health, safety, and welfare reasons is kind of, this is going to be arbitrary when something comes conditionally.
So I'm sure there's some studies out there, and that's usually where we go if you're looking at limiting where something's going to go. There's going to be studies, or you have a study done. We did it for signage in the city, adult businesses, their secondary effects. Those are the type things you need to do if you're going to, really look at limiting something and finding out if there are actually health, safety, or welfare reasons for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I believe tonight council has basically two decisions to potentially make, either a broad brushstroke of saying that they should all be conditional, or the broad brush of saying they should all just be permitted as it is today. And that's where, as I've said, I certainly feel between those two choices it should be conditional, and I certainly will support making it conditional tonight. As at the previous meetings where we've discussed this, my offer still stands for anyone that would like to sit down, have a committee meeting, whatever it might be, going through where are the locations that it should not be conditional, it should just be permitted. I will absolutely think we should have that discussion, and I will fully support any location that absolutely should just be permitted. But again, what we have in front of us, I think it just comes down to really risk aversion, and I do believe we should change them from permitted to conditional.
Additional, yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. The other advantage of making conditional is like this, the applicant will have to go through a public process, so which involve some board and commission input, which involve obviously, and the most important, the public taxpayers of Roswell. So, the main intention here is to make it public process, and that making it conditional definitely will make it a public process and giving the citizens and taxpayers of Roswell the chance to comment on support or not of any proposed convenience store with gas pumps. So also it's true that the next item that we'd like to bring to committee meeting will be the approval of limitation, Article 9, which this is what give you the real, the tools to approve or deny an application. So I would like to review the existing approval of limitation of Article 9 on a future committee meeting for open public discussion about it. So, so that I'm more concerned about the approval of limitations, because we know that the zoning, we have mixed throughout the city different zonings right next to each other. It's not that we have one specific area with only exclusive one zoning. So you can have, like happened recently with a gas station near the hospital and our fire station, that there were two properties with two different zoning, one that allows the gas station and the other right next that didn't allow. So since we have mixed zoning throughout different specific areas or intersections or corners, so I think that working on the approval of limitations, Article 9, is critical for future approval or denial of any application for convenience stores with gas pumps.
Councilmember Judy.
Mr. Davidson, so health, safety, or welfare, what we're I'm not sure what Article 9 he's talking about, but this is, when this comes to us, just because people don't like it, even if it's conditional, doesn't mean we can turn it down, correct? Unless there's a health, safety, or welfare reason.
Yeah, so Article 9 is basically limitations on things that are allowed. So it would give you some conditions that that gas station would have to meet in order to even get the conditional use. So then the conditional use would come to you, and it's possible not to turn it down, but you could put conditions to ameliorate the effect of that gas station. If it's next door to residential, maybe you want a buffer, there. I mean, those are the type things you could do. You couldn't prohibit it if it met all your conditions, but you could, or your limitations, but you could possibly put a condition on it that it would have to, as long as it met a health, safety, or welfare reason.
Could the conditions cannot be arbitrary or capricious, though, correct?
Right. They would have
So
to
they can't
be
be-
addressing something.
They have to be addressing a certain situation.
Right.
So would it be more advantageous to put conditions for approval? I'm trying to think here. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to limit it here conditionally, and then if we change Article 9, we did limit it more.
Well, I think what Councilmember Zapata is talking about is putting certain standards in place for this use, and then when it comes to you, each property is separate and considered unique, so each situation could require something different. If it's next to residential, or, if it's next door to another gas station, I don't know.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. One thing I think is particularly with gas stations and some of these other things too, there's health, safety, and welfare concerns, but there's also, market demand and market need. I can't think of any of us looked at a piece of property and decided, hey, this would be a great place for a gas station, until you were driving along and you were out of gas and you needed one. So, I think that and that happens to me a lot. So, I think there's, considering market need and market demand is something that we have to give some weight to as well. So, when we're looking at individual properties, when we're looking at, at businesses looking at a piece of property and deciding that that might be a good place for a gas station, I think the market demand and need should be considered as well.
Additional comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Motion to approve item 11 of today's agenda.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Councilmember Hull. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. All those opposed, Tizer, Wilsey, Judy. I'll break the tie in favor of the motion. Next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 12. Approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 4, Section 4.5.2, Use Table, Article 6, Section 6.5.2, Use Table, and Article 9, Use Provisions, Section 9.6.4, Self-Service Storage, to have self-storage as a conditional use in the commercial heavy HC, industrial flex IX, and industrial light IL zoning classifications. This is a second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Articles 4 and 6, Section 4.5.2 Use Table and 6.5.2 Use Table regarding self-storage, and Article 9 Use Provisions, Section 9.6.4 Self-Service Storage, Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Articles 4 and 6, Section 4.5.2 Use Table and 6.5.2 Use Table, and Article 9 use provision, Section 9.6.4, self-service storage of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
Ms. Dybel?
Yes, this is the second reading for self-storage to be considered a conditional use in CH, the commercial heavy IX and IL zoning classifications. This would replace the limited to a C in the CH, IX, and IL zoning classifications as indicated. This is where they're listed currently. It's currently a conditional use in the SH zoning classification and limited in CH, currently limited in both IX and IL. The Planning Commission did recommend denial of this text amendment. At the first reading, it was discussed to possibly remove this item from several classifications. And staff understands that request to remove it possibly from the SH zoning classification, CH, and the possible IX. However, staff believes that this item should be a permitted use in the light industrial zoning classification and allowed by right. That is where it's allowed now. It is up on the Hembry, North Meadow, Northfield Parkway area of the city, and we do have numerous self-storage facilities in those locations. However, if you remove it from all the other locations and allow it by right there, it would still be a permitted use in one location of the city. Do you have any questions for staff?
Councilmember Kaiser?
It's getting late, so let me make a proposal for everybody and see if we can agree with it. To me, this is a single-use building, and it pains me to see some of the places where it exists today where other things could be they commercial or be they residential. And so for me, I would like to see some certainty with this recommendation, and I would like to see it be very clear that it is not available in these other zoning categories, but available by right in IL, which is where it belongs. And if you look at the zoning map, please don't take it out. If you look at the zoning map, those really are the places where you would want and you would expect to see self-storage spaces. So my recommendation is that we make it not allowed in those other areas and a permitted use in IL. And the reason I want to do it permitted is I want to make sure that people know where they can do it. And so we would then be done with talking about self-storage units.
Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, because the industrial light zoning is very concentrated in one specific geographical area, is all together, so it's clearly identifiable, this zoning in the city of Roswell. So, and today you have, storage, you have maybe a small warehousing and some light industrial. So I think that that makes total sense. And also I want to, if staff can remind me, what was the discussion about on the historic district? Because I understand that there was an idea to totally make it, some say conditional, some others said maybe no allow at all. So I would like to have maybe a clear understanding for the historic district area, what is the position of this council?
So currently, it's conditional in the historic district, and technically, the only area in the historic district that's allowed is a conditional use is in the IX zoning classification. So if you remove that altogether, it won't be allowed in the historic district at all. And I'll double check that right now under the downtown districts. So self-service storage, currently in the code under industrial use, it's not a permitted use in any of the downtown districts at now. So the only place in the historic district it was where our IX zoning is allowed, and we do have some IX, but if you remove that altogether, that will take care of that portion. You're welcome.
Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Although I prefer to have it be conditional use in IL, I do feel I can support staff's recommendation because I think it is important to not have it available within IX or I believe it was CX. Also, though, based on Councilman Zapata's reminder of what this council had done, which was making it conditional in the historic district, since we already have something in there saying it's conditional in the historic district, my preference would be, just for clarity, to include in this that we're also saying it's not permitted in the historic district, and so just to make sure there's no confusion.
We can rewrite it for that, yes.
Additional comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So motion to approve item number 12 with removing industrial light IL and adding not permitted on the historic district.
Okay, no. All right, how about if I do it, and then you can just, okay. So you're going to remove it as a limited and conditional use from SH, which wasn't part of it, but it's currently a conditional use. So if you want to limit it altogether, you're going to remove it from the SH zoning, the CH zoning, the IX zoning, and allow it as a permitted use in the IL zoning, and not allow it at all within the historic district. And I believe that is correct with all of it.
Is that good with you, Councilmember Zapata?
Well, I think we have a common mayor that might not agree with this motion, so I would like to hear other council members before.
Councilmember Palermo.
So the majority of this council, a couple of years back, added some important requirements regarding limited. So basically, so it's clear, there's permitted, there's conditional, and there's limited. And so I think everybody's clear on what conditional is. Limited is actually saying it's permitted if you meet these requirements. And I believe the requirements that we put in, that we voted on, and I believe was actually unanimous back in 2018, those limitations, I believe, make for much better storage. And so therefore, I do support this. And what I meant by, and I apologize now that I've realized this, when I said I could support this because the other ones it's so important to remove, I was thinking from a limited standpoint, meaning it will not come to council. There's no need to request a conditional use from council, but there's limitations within the code which set up the requirements for storage, and those are ones that I feel this council unanimously made much better back in 2018, so I don't believe we should remove the limitations for IL.
And staff will clarify, it is currently a limited use. So if it stays the same, then it meets the limitations. And as long as they meet this, which it's basically talks about storage within a fully enclosed building. Loading and unloading of units must be within the enclosed building. The look of the windows related to the exterior. No roll-top doors. The minimum lot size has to be 2 acres. The ground floor of the self-storage shall not be used for storage units, but used for the office and the real estate or retail sales related to the storage. And those are the limitations.
Councilmember Tizer.
So that's great, except we're talking about a very limited area called IL, and I don't think we need to build Taj Mahal storage centers in IL. And so I'm fine with permitted because we're severely restricting where we're putting these, and we're severely, putting them in just a very small area where buildings that look like them are. We're not any longer allowing them to be on a main street or in a main neighborhood, so you don't have to do all that to get there. So I want to have a place where they can build them. That's the whole idea of making it permitted, so that we don't make it so hard, put so many hurdles in that we've effectively said you can't build them anywhere. That's why I believe taking them out of those areas, putting them into this area makes a whole lot of sense.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a clarification or a question for staff. So self-storage was originally permitted in IL, and then in 2018 or at some point, the council made it limited?
No, it was made limited when the Unified Development Code was created in 2014. So it was a permitted use in the light industrial zoning classifications up until 2014, when the Unified Development Code was created. At that time, we had permitted, conditional, and limited. And this was considered a limited use as long as it met as long as everything met the limitations.
So I just have the original use table 6.5.2, and it had permitted in the industrial light. So I was confused.
Well, hold on a second then. Let me make sure. Maybe I had it wrong.
Here's a copy of it.
I've got, oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. No, it's limited. I'm reading the right one. So which one are you looking at? You said 6?
6.5.2 use table.
6.5.2 is the same page. Let me see which one you're looking at. That's not.
Sorry.
The ordinance was changed in 2018 by council because I've got if you take a look at the section in Article 9, they did a change in 2018. So it's possible it was changed back by the council from permitted to limited. But I've got limited currently in the code.
So it was permitted, then council changed it to limited, and now we're trying to change it back.
To
Or
permitted.
you're suggesting to change it back to permitted. I just wanted to follow that. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So what I'd encourage and certainly support is we move forward with it staying as limited, which again means that they do not have to come to council for approval. It's completely clear on what they want to do. And basically, the intent of this, in 2018, when I had actually brought this forward, it was actually a resident, Joanna Spencer, had actually kind of made me aware of some examples and research, et cetera. And so I brought this to committee. And a big example and discussion point is if you look at a number of the newer storage buildings that are occurring in Sandy Springs and Alpharetta, they actually look like they fit in a place like this, compared to the ones that were allowed before, which more look like they fit in, north of Forsyth County. And so what I'd encourage is we support it tonight with IL support staying as limited. And if the council member that is suggesting permitted or anybody else wants to come in and loosen those limited rules, I think that's certainly worth the discussion, but I don't think that should be done tonight on the dais. I think that is something that deserves a longer committee process and committee discussion, just as we had a long committee discussion in 2018 when 6 of us were on there and unanimously voted for this. So for that reason, I support limited here.
Councilmember Tizer.
Yes, so I think the reason we did that, thinking back on it, is because all these other areas, all these other zoning categories were in there. We were just trying to conform them at the time. In the interest of working together and compromise, I can support tonight removing these other areas and making IL permitted, but I can't support making it confusing and putting a whole bunch of requirements that may not fit it being only in IL. So in the interest of compromise, I'd like to see that happen.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is what I make my original motion, just to remove industrial light and leave it by itself like it is. not touch industrial light tonight. If someone wants to move forward and move the limited to permitted, the self-storage, this might be something definitely I can bring to committee discussion and see if we want to remove the limited condition for self-storage. So this, back to my original motion, Mayor, I just said that as it is, but removing from the text the industrial light, IL, and leave the rest as it is, and just we can talk about industrial light in a committee meeting and go through the whole process as needed and wanted by this council. So I go back to my original motion of just removing industrial light, IL, from item 12 of today's agenda. And I think was consensus to add in not permitted on the historic district. If this is clear and I have support for not permitted on the historic district, then we move forward the motion like this.
Thank you, Councilmember Zapata. And let me just say for the record right now that I would support removing those conditions in IO and going forward with what Councilmember Tizer suggested. And we can always look at things later if we feel a need to add it back in. But I truly think that that's where it belongs. And I'm not sure in that area that we really need to put lipstick on a pig. So, which I probably shouldn't say that in public, should I? Councilmember Palermo.
So with it, that we did intentionally decide in 2018, when we had a rigorous discussion at committee, that this would be included. So it was not just that broad brush. We did look at the different zoning types. And here's my real concern is basically this, in 2018, what we supported was really making make it look like a building, make it look like something that fits in, versus just the outdoor ones that have all those different things that don't have the limitations. And I actually feel that tonight, this amendment with changing this to permitted actually would do more harm than good, because if we went instead and just did everything was conditional, and kept the limitations as we voted for in the first reading, then we actually would have the ability to have this protection citywide, and we would get to kind of weigh in. But the problem is, even though there's certainly a lot of industrial light examples there, first of all, there are a number of residences that are new there that certainly do not want to see just those outdoor style sliding doors, all the different things that the limitations do not allow. So I feel this is not fair to those multiple residences, not only Harlow, but also there's a number of apartment complexes that border IL as well. And so, again, in the spirit of compromise, I absolutely am supportive of walking through each of these limitations, and let's find out which ones we feel we absolutely should keep and which are the ones that actually, that protection is not needed to the residents that live up there. But again, I don't think it makes sense to just blanket remove those tonight and leave these residents open to exactly what we wanted to protect them from back in 2018.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, a couple of things. Maybe we can review quick the approval limitation, Article 9 for self-storage. And second, I don't feel that tonight we should make a decision of, discriminating, depends of the zoning. So I think that, because then we can get into, okay, the approval of limitation, Article 9, we can apply for every single different zoning, yes, no, maybe so. And I think that tonight, I believe that is not the right, moment to discuss this. Do we discriminate industrial light and remove all the approval of limitation, Article 9 from them moving forward, or just and which other than zoning we need to. So I think that we can, like I say, I'd be happy to bring forward again the industrial light self-storage to see if we exclude them or not of the clear approval of limitation that we have today for self-storage. That maybe we can be reminded now what are these.
Councilmember Tyser.
Thank you. Before we go through that process, it's my opinion that either this is ready to become law or it's not. And so sitting up here and deciding which limitations we should have or we shouldn't have, if that's where we're going, then this thing needs to be deferred and brought back when it's ready to become a law. You don't make law with the intent, knowing that it's wrong, and then come back and change it. So I suggest we either approve it tonight as permitted or defer it.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So what I strongly believe is it is ready as law with it staying as limited. That's one option. That's the option I think is best. I think another two option is we approve it exactly how we approved it in the first reading. In first reading, we all agreed that all these things should be conditional and that the limitations should stay on all of them. So I think choice number two is we do that. And then choice number three, I think if Mr. Davidson were to say and Mayor Henry were to say that it was legal and allowed, is we defer this only if there was to be a moratorium on these storage units. That's not something I support or recommend, but just to defer, I feel is irresponsible when we had a first reading vote that makes it much better than it is today and a better protection for our community. And then we have an even better way it can be done tonight, which is we have these great limitations that through examples in other cities and research, et cetera, that we voted for unanimously in 2018, including for the IL, to just go ahead and keep that. And I do feel they all do make sense and they all do enhance and support our other businesses and our many residents that live right there. So those are what I think are the options. I certainly do not think the only options are to take away all those protections for IL or just kick this can down the road.
Councilmember Tyser.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's Mr. Zapata's motion's on the table, has not been yet seconded. I will.
I'll second.
If that motion should fail, I'll be prepared to make a motion that follows what the mayor has suggested.
Thank you. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Is any chance that staff can read the approval of limitation, Article 9, for self-storage as I requested previously?
All right, so the limitations on the self-storage. Minimum lot size of 2 acres is number one. Number two, letter A, all storage must be contained within a fully enclosed building. However, the storage of boats, recreation vehicles, or other similar vehicles are allowed subject to 9.7.18. Letter B, loading and unloading of units must be accomplished solely within the inside of an enclosed building. Letter C, if windows are used in exterior walls of the enclosed building, such windows shall be tinted or otherwise screened to shield the storage units within from the view from outside of the building. Letter D, no roll-top doors shall be used on the exterior of the building enclosing the storage units. Letter E, ground floor of self-storage facilities shall not be used for storage units, but may be used for office and retail sales related to the storage or for other purposes allowed in the zoning district. Outside of the historic district, a variance can be requested to the mayor and council for the ground floor requirements. Number 3, a type A or B buffer, see section 10.24, must be established along all shared property lines, except for when abutting a self-service storage or light industrial use. Self-service storage is a conditional use within the historic overlay district and must be approved by mayor and council.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. There are two on there that I think are very important, and I'm afraid this late at night and at the dais the council's underestimating. And what that is based on the outdoor sliding doors and the outdoor access and all that. And it's when you drive in more rural areas, and we do have some in Roswell, where it creates a very different look and feel for the area, which I truly believe will negatively impact the businesses there, and especially really negatively impact those many homeowners that live in I believe it's Harlow, as well as the apartment complex right there. So again, I strongly feel we should absolutely be supporting this and leaving it as limited. And again, I think in a committee meeting, there's certainly a few that perhaps we could be removing, but there's two that I think have a big impact, which we looked at, I believe, pictures and really discussed in detail back in 2018.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do believe that, the spirit of this mayor and council is to raise the bar up and make beautiful, even the industrial light area and the look and feel of self-storage. I don't think that the spirit here is to bring it down the quality throughout the approval of limitations, Article 9. So I think that mixing tonight these two totally different topics, how industrial light self-storage should look, I don't think is the intention of tonight for the IX and CH conditional uses on these two zoning. So I'll be more than happy to bring forward to committee meeting the discussion about industrial light self-storage, how they should look. It should look less appealing than today required by the limitations, or not. So I think it's a totally valid discussion to bring forward, and I'll be more than happy to bring forward this discussion, but it's not the spirit of this item tonight. And I understand trying to make things happen here, but I think that we are missing the point here. And I'm just taking out industrial light IL and leave it for now as a limited uses on this zoning, the self-storage. I think that makes sense tonight, and we don't need to complicate it. And again, we bring exclusive discussion about self-storage as a permitted use in industrial light IL, and we have a full discussion, which I think deserve a full discussion, not just trading horses here tonight on the dice. I don't think it's responsible, given the importance of the look and feel that today is suggested by the limitations on all. And I think we have in the area already a self-storage that comply with the limitations, so it's not even fair for the already existing in the IL to do that right now on the dais tonight. So I will, if I don't have support to make it conditional use for commercial heavy and industrial flex tonight, I understand, it's nothing I can do. I just gave my point why I don't think that trading horses tonight on the dais is fair and effective, especially when we can have a deep discussion about the industrial light self-storage limitations to remove them all or some of them for this zoning. So when Mayor is ready for me to make a motion, I can move forward with the motion.
Councilmember Zapata, I believe you did make a motion.
Second.
And there's a second by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Yes. Councilmember Hall.
State your motion, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So my motion is to approve item number 12 with only removing industrial light IL zoning from the amendment.
Thank you.
I'd like to make the following motion, which is staff's recommendation, so no trading involved. Staff recommends that we allow self-storage as a permitted use in the IL zoning district and eliminate it from all other zoning districts. Which I do mean to take care of historic also by saying removing it from all other zoning districts.
Is that clear with you? Okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Tyser. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Tyser, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed, it is Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. And I will break the tie in support of the motion.
Item number 13, approval of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 4, Section 4.5.2, Use Table, Article 6, Section 6.5.2, Use Table, and Article 9, Use Provision, Section 9.6.5, Letter B, car wash requiring a conditional use for car wash uses within the commercial and industrial zoning classification. This is the second reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Articles 4 and 6, Section 4.5.2 Use Table and 6.5.2 Use Table regarding car wash use, and Article 9 Use Provision, Section 9.6.5 Vehicle Service and Repair, Letter B, Car Wash. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Articles 4 and 6, Sections 4.5.2 Use Table and 6.5.2 Use Table, and Article 9 Use Provisions, Section 9.6.5 Vehicle Service and Repair, Letter B, Car Wash of the Unified Development Code, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the second reading.
Ms. Dybel.
As indicated, this is in Articles 4 and 6 to make a car wash a conditional use. This will replace the limited to a C for car wash use in the CX, SH, CC, and CH districts in Article 4. And then Article 6, it would replace the limited to a conditional use within the IX Industrial Flex and IL Industrial Light zoning classifications. As you can see from the chart, this car wash is conditional use in NX currently, limited use in the other 4, not allowed in RX or PV. It's a limited use in the IX and IL zoning classifications currently. The Planning Commission recommended denial during their meeting back in May. At the meeting, at the first reading, distance requirements again were discussed. Staff took a look. There are currently 7 car washes within the city. And unfortunately, when we were talking about the gas stations, I was trying to get the overhead to work, and I couldn't. So we had some maps made, and we have a map made for the car washes. There are currently 3 existing car washes east of 400 and 4 located west of 400, just so you get an idea of where they currently are in the city. And we also took a look of distance requirements around the area for car washes. We did that similar to the gas stations, and there are no distance requirements that we could find for any car wash uses in any locations. They did have some things related to how things sit and everything else, but there was no specific distance requirements. However, our car wash, I wanted to let you know, and we currently have limitations. We do have a 50-foot distance requirement currently existing in our code. So we do have a distance requirement now. So I wanted to let everyone know that currently in the limitations that exist. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Wilsey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jackie, for going through this. One thing that we do also have the ability to do is to exclude it from certain mixed-use developments when they come through, so that's still an option to add as a condition.
Well, unless it's permitted by right or limited by right. So if you make it a conditional use, then yes, you could restrict it. Unless maybe if you make that a change in the limitations, which is currently not technically part of the text amendment this evening. So if it's allowed as a limited use in the zoning classifications that I read, so in CX, the CH, and and SH and everything, technically it does not come to council. It only goes through staff. So if you make it a conditional use, as you've proposed for this evening, then it would come before council, and then you'd have that decision to make if it's within a shopping center or by itself. So if it's an out parcel, think of it as within a shopping center as an out parcel.
Correct.
So it would have to come to council for an approval. Just as a parcel by itself, standalone, on a corner, would come before council as a conditional use. Does that help?
Yeah, so just to clarify, if we were looking at a mixed-use development or a shopping center per se, as a condition, sometimes we might exclude drive-throughs.
You could do that.
So could it be excluded?
Yes.
In a similar fashion?
If you're
exclude
somebody's
car washes in the
bringing
future?
something forward for as a conditional use or as a rezoning, and they're rezoning to commercial for a development that currently didn't show car wash at all, you could put that limitation as a condition
On that piece of-
on the rezoning, or a conditional use as well, yes.
Right, okay, all right, great, thank you.
Councilmember Judy.
So this one, like the other ones, I support doing this right. I think what we're doing by making everything conditional come to council is really muddying our code and not saying what we want where. I'm pretty sure this will pass tonight. I do support actually getting down in the weeds over the next few weeks, months, because it will be conditional, to figure out where car washes and gas stations go, and trying to bring something forward where we make sure they go where we want them versus it becoming conditional and showing up at council and then us going through the health, safety, and welfare, Article 9, all the different type things. I think making our code clear is a goal of mine, because I think that when we start bringing every single thing to council, it gets really muddy. If you look at, and I encourage everybody to listen to Planning Commission on this, it was pretty interesting to listen to their take on this, and the other denials. So I don't think that I can support conditional tonight. I'm sure this will pass, but I do support making sure car washes and gas stations go where they should go in our city, and clarifying that in the coming months.
Thank you, Councilmember Judy. Additional comments from council? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I just wanted to mention there, and just going back specifically, although this council has the ability to give limitations when there's zoning requests, many of the situations we experience, there's not a zoning request. So for example, obviously the very well-known car wash, going to the Connection Plaza, which is really the opportunity to have such a again, just a walkable plaza. And so therefore, that's why I think it is important we add this protection in tonight. And as I've mentioned on all of them, fully supportive at the next committee meeting or any committee meeting, looking at areas where it should not be conditional. But I do believe it's better to have it conditional than not conditional anywhere, and keep us open to the risks that we've experienced.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, motion to approve item 13.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. If Zapata, Paul, Wilsey, and Palermo. All those opposed? Kaiser and Judy. Motion carries.
So item 14, approval of the alternative compliance section 8.2.10 of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to the adoption of the Historic District Master Plan.
So yes, all right, so the text amendment for the Historic District Master Plan text amendment was adopted on March 9th, except for the alternative compliance section. This was brought back to committee in June, and it is now presented here for the alternative compliance section. The main portion that was discussed during that meeting back in March was letter F and related to the appeal. So at committee, it was discussed how somebody would deal with the alternative compliance and related to the historic district and the HPC. I put a sheet up there for some reason. I think the wrong piece of paper or something got mixed up in your packet, so everybody should have the correct language now. So at committee, this is what was recommended to be moved forward. Any determination made by the commission relative to approval or denial of a decision regarding alternative compliance is an automatic appeal to the mayor and council. The governing body may approve, modify, and approve or reject the determination made by the commission if the governing body finds that the commission abused its discretion in reaching its decision. On appeal, the mayor and council will give deference to the Historic Preservation Commission's decision if the decision was based on the criteria set forth in letter E above. And letter E was the one thing that was major, was to remove the word purely from number 1, and that was discussed at committee. So there are clear and compelling reasons that are not financial, while the required standard cannot be met. And this is what the HPC has to look at for the alternative compliance. The alternative design approach satisfies the intent of the HD. The approach satisfies the approval criteria for C of A. The design approach demonstrates exceptional conformance with the HPC guidelines contained in Part C of the UDC guidelines. And the alternative design approach conforms with the comp plan and the Historic District Master Plan. So basically what this states is, if anyone requests an alternative compliance related to the Historic District Master Plan to the HPC, whatever their decision is an automatic appeal where staff brings it forward to council once we advertise it. So let's just say the HPC had a project that they heard in October and somebody had asked for alternative compliance. And let's say it was related to a setback and it was approved. Well, once staff had it advertised, it'd probably be November, it would be brought to council. Council makes the final determination on the alternative compliance. So if the council goes with what the alternative compliance is, then it'd be done. If they choose not to, then the applicant would have to provide their project would have to be set back at the location which it should have been at. So let's say it was at 30 feet, which was required, and they asked for 20. And council and the HPC approved it, but then the council chose not to. So I wanted to understand that all alternative compliance, no matter whether it's approved or denied, is an automatic appeal to the mayor and council based on the way it's written here. And that's what was discussed at committee last month.
Thank you, Ms. Dybel. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this was a great piece of work that we did at that meeting. There were a number of ideas thrown around, and we came up with what I think works both for the good of the district and also it will allow us to stay within the law and understand, what makes sense. I think there's one other thing that it does that I like. It says to the HPC, you better make darn sure that you have followed rules in letter E if you're going to do an alternative compliance. And I think it's just a nice check and balance, and really appreciate the way the wording came together by everybody on council.
Councilmember Judy.
Mr. Davison, are you comfortable? I know the discussion went back and forth in the committee meeting. Are you comfortable with the terms in which council would have to adjudicate, for lack of a better word, this when it does the appeal, when it comes to council, and what those, is it the health, safety, welfare? What is or is it based upon the HPC law?
So normally, when something comes to council, your review is on the record and it's based on any evidence. So if you find any evidence to support the HPC's decision, then you're supposed to uphold the decision. This one's a little bit different, but you're free to make that determination how you want to review it. So you're giving them deference. With the criteria set forth in E, it's easy to say, well, that's not exceptional conformance, that's just conformance, if you disagree. Or you could say that is exceptional conformance. So I'm comfortable with this, if this is what council's wanting to do and bring every decision on an alternative compliance to council, I don't have a problem with it.
So are you saying it's subjective?
Yeah.
So basically, if somebody didn't like it, they could just say, well, this isn't conformance.
I mean, to a degree, yeah. But you're supposed to give deference to the HPC. So if they come up and they are saying that it is exceptional conformance with the commission guidelines, then your deference would be to them. So if you're like, well, yeah, kind of, but not really, you give deference to them and you go along with it. It's how it's supposed to work.
And if council's decision's final, there's no appeal to a BZA or anything?
That would be appealed to the Superior Court.
Superior Court. Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question for our legal department on letter F, starting on the third line. The governing body may approve, modify, and approve or reject the determination made by the commission if, and here comes the question for legal department, if the governing body finds that the commission abused its discretion in reaching its decision. So what kind of proof, can we see an example, or how can this body prove that there was abuse its discretion? Do we need to, specify them, or how do you deal with this? Because otherwise, we won't be able to approve, modify, and approve or reject if we don't prove the abuse of its discretion.
Right. So say that something came forward and the reason, and it's obvious to this council that the whole reason the HPC approved it was that it was a purely financial reason. This council could say, well, you abused your discretion because obviously that's purely financial and you didn't follow those in ease. Even if we're giving you the deference that you deserve because you made the determination, nobody could really say that it was anything other than financial. So that would be an abuse of discretion. So it's a pretty high standard, and it's difficult, but if it's obvious to the council or for members of council, then that could be found by y'all, and y'all are the final say so for the city.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I want to give some background on why I felt something like this was so important, and also want a clarifying question to Mr. Davidson. So first off, the reason this was really important is because the original language, and this council certainly debated a lot about this, and there were certainly some very different points of view, but I am glad to where we ended up with this language. Basically, there was the opportunity that if a developer was denied alternative compliance, they could appeal to council. But at the same time, residents in the community, if they see an alternative compliance was negatively impacting the historic district, et cetera, there was no opportunity to appeal. And that's exactly what we saw with Vickers. So, Mr. Davidson, here's the example that I just want to make sure is clear to me. And Ms. Dybel, could you bring up the criteria that the HPC must use? So with that, here's the example. Is on the corner, it could be the corner of Canton Street and Magnolia. If there ends up being, if there were to be a development, there would be the opportunity to ask for alternative compliance by a developer for it to be 4 stories high and 0 feet setback from the sidewalk. So really identical to Vickers. And if in the future, if an HPC were ever to grant that, hypothetically, they could walk through and they decide that it meets these 5 criteria and they support it and they approve it. There would be then an automatic appeal, and there'd be opportunity for the council to walk through and see that they do not feel that that HPC, followed all these guidelines when granting the 4th story and 0 feet up to the sidewalk. Is that description and illustration, is that accurate, Mr. Davidson, or were there any aspects I missed on how that would work?
So that is
mostly accurate, except for you would be required to give deference to their decision. So you would have to find that they abused their discretion. When they looked at these things, it would probably be obvious that, that doesn't meet the intent of the HD master plan. So
that makes sense.
I mean, that's the type of determination you would make, not that you just don't agree with them.
Right, absolutely. That makes sense. And thank you, Mr. Davidson, for that clarification.
Additional comments, questions from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Please come forward.
I use the overhead jacket.
I can't get it to work. I have trouble.
Okay. Every time I push the button, it's not working, so I can't see if it'll go or not.
Thank you. All right. My name is Sally McKenzie. I live at 47 Goulding Place in Roswell. So as I understand it, the proposed alternative compliance includes the automatic appeals to council. But it sounds like it's kind of a rubber stamp of HPC's decision if it, what you all just talked about, the evidence, the any evidence rule. It sounds like it's really pretty much a rubber stamp of the HPC's decision. And it does not, it actually seems like it limits, or it does limits citizens' ability to appeal based on a specific concern or issue. So it actually kind of further separates the public from their ability to advocate and fight for the historic district, which is a public asset and a resource. So 2 facts. Roswell's preservation laws are subject to state preservation laws. We know that. Mr. Holsey has made that clear over and over. They should be anyway. And the second fact, legally, a historic district is considered a public asset, as I just mentioned. And a public asset with aesthetic, cultural, and historic value that contributes to the public good or the public welfare. This is where, as I have seen it over the past 5 or 6 years, this is where the breakdown begins with these basic facts. I'll use Green Street as one example. Despite HPC concerns over how close the buildings were to the street, HPC approved the development as is because they were told they had to, because that's what the zoning dictated. That was the directive of City Legal. City Legal failed to accurately guide HPC in using state-mandated review protocols outlined in Article 13 which I would show you if I could, but I can't. These are our laws. These are our laws in the UDC for review by HPC. So no one was able to appeal this seeming abuse of discretion, which ended up being another big blow to the HD. Another example is the Vickers approval. Legal misrepresented the excellent third-party review of the project to HPC, saying it was based on the wrong zoning category, when in actuality, it was spot on. It was 100% correct. We proved it. I had the visual to show you. But still, they continued with the ruse that the third-party report was inaccurate, incorrect. If it had been incorrect, by the way, wouldn't they have requested a corrected version from the third-party architect if they, for one of the biggest projects in the historic district? But they didn't. The report was accurate. With Vickers, legal also misrepresented to council and to HPC that the overwhelming majority of citizens who wrote in opposition to Vickers were basing their concerns on the wrong zoning. Again, this was not true. Not one letter mentioned zoning, but many asked that the HPC use the guidelines as required by state and local law. So again, everyone involved in the project, the review was misled. And like Green Street, legal told council and HPC that they had to submit to the underlying zoning regulations rather than the overlying historic district regulations. These are just 3 of the many egregious errors that led to Vickers, and we were told we could not appeal the abuse of discretion and procedure. We did not have the right. I bring these examples up because they illustrate how important it is for citizens to be able to appeal for their specific reasons, not the generic reasons, not the automatic appeal reasons, which may not address the problems or the issues or the flaws that are going to ultimately have an effect on a public interest or asset, a wonderful public interest or asset. It is just so critical that citizens have the right to hold government accountable, because by hook or by crook, our representatives and commissions can and do make mistakes. And these mistakes can negatively, permanently affect our public resources. If I could show you our appeals ordinance and the state appeals ordinance definitions, I would, but I can't and I don't have time to read them. So in that case, thank you so much. Was I timed? I think I was timed. Yeah. So thank you so much. Huh? Oh, well, I'll show you the here. I'll put it up there. It's just the difference between our appeals ordinance and what the state appeals ordinance says, which essentially the difference is the state appeals ordinance for preservation appeals allows any person to appeal who is adversely affected. Our local
Thank you very
ordinance
much.
makes it more specific and is
And we'll
therefore not in
continue
accordance.
to read
Thank
this
you.
over. Thank you.
Good night.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one approach. Additional comments from council? Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So, like I stated on the previous meeting, on committee meeting, that, a lot of people work so hard to have the historic district master plan in place, which I totally support and voted for. But then someone at some point came with the idea of so-called alternative compliance. So pretty much what you write, then you have the chance to use the elbow to a little bit erase or bend the rules on the historic district master plan that we have in place. So again, and then the subject, the letter E except maybe for one, now how it's worded. Everything else is sort of subjective for discussion one way or the other way. So, but it's like, so if you read all of them, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, and say, well, doesn't comply, but does comply. So this creates the gray area that, lawyers love, and some people love to have gray areas, so then you can have several interpretations. And I think that our historic district does not deserve to have this gray area in place inside the historic district master plan that was well thought by many people and put in place. And so it's going to be hard to support even now with the couple of twists to the previous version, but still it's tons of subjectivity on letter E and F, like, to prove the abuse of discretion. That would be a hard one, very hard. So, but still they can ban the rule of the historic district master plan that we have in place. So, again, I appreciate the efforts to tweak some wording here for letter E and letter F, but I still don't feel comfortable and, to approve the alternative compliance, which is kind of like bending or when options to bend the rules of the existing historic district master plan. So saying that, I don't think I will support tonight the alternative compliance section. Thank you.
Additional comments from council? Do we have a motion?
Well, my motion, I bet you it won't have a second, but I motion to deny item 14 of today's agenda.
We've got a motion to deny by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second? It fails for a lack of a second. Do I have an alternative motion? Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, motion to approve item number 14.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Tizer. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Hall, Tizer, Wilsey, Palermo, and Judy. All those opposed, Councilmember Zapata. The motion carries. Do we have a recommendation from the city attorney for closure?
Yes, Mayor, I have a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to move to closure?
Motion by Councilmember Tizer, a second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And we are adjourned. Thank you.